That's my bad. I literally said, hey, it's an option to automatically start. I guess I forgot what that was, because I usually use the same stream key, but like, I'm trying something new. I.e., I'm getting distracted. Let me grab the link real quick. Anyway, where I actually schedule it beforehand so that it shows up as planned, and therefore can like pull it up, I guess, if you want on the side, and then do other stuff in the meantime. Oh. More. Cool. Da, da, da. I'd say we're trying a lot of new things today, but we're really just trying a couple of new things, if we're being honest. By which I mean, I changed the font on the thumbnail. It's okay. Look, I'm not exactly limited in my creativity, but sometimes my brain just doesn't work. And so while I know it was kind of like a generic text that didn't really fit me, and I'm not even, I like this one, but I wouldn't call it perfect, right? But I don't get perfect. I mean, some point I'll pay someone for a, what would you even call that? I mean, I guess I could technically do it myself, I think. Sort of. Yeah, I could just attach a chroma key to it. I could probably do that myself, but I also need it to be legible and look moderately professional. So, you know, it's a work in progress, like many things are. Oh. And then I realized last night, I'm like, oh, wait, hey, if I want it to be scheduled, I need a thumbnail for it made before the day of. Kind of important. So that's what I spent last night doing. And did I tweet the text? No, I did the text last night. I'm doing this thing where I swap back and forth on which side of the thumbnail I'm on, because I keep them simple. I don't have anything complex. Until I'm paying someone, I won't have anything complex, because we've been over how my brain does not do super great with infinite options. If I have something planned game-wise, that's easy. If I don't, and it's just talking about a topic, that's a little too broad for my brain to be super happy with. Whereas this, simple. I mean, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, it's hard to mess up. Well, it's harder to mess up simple. It's not impossible. That's definitely true. But it is harder by some well, it's probably determinable, but undetermined number, because I haven't done the math. I'm not doing the math. It's not worth it. Like, if you want to, by all means, I physically can't stop you, nor do I care enough to. I mean, if anything, I just get a random statistic, which is cool because it's learning. I learn a thing. Not how to do it. I just learned the thing. Okay, the end product. To be clear. No, I have enough on my plate. I still need to retune my guitar because I forgot. Again. I'm back and forth on whether or not I should actually bother downloading. Should I do Blender? Will that make sense? Or would I start with, I don't particularly want to make models, although I kind of want to learn how to do that at some point, just because it'd be fairly useful as a side gig too. But Unreal Engine, right? To figure out making environments and whatnot in that. The reason why I'm hesitant is because, as I believe we've covered excessively by this point, my PC is a little finicky on what it'll run. And while it might technically run, doing why I okay, I think I fixed that. Right, so I tried to move the YouTube Studio window, but because my mouse double clicked, it went to the top and then it started trying to change the size. Um, which isn't great. It's not great. Where do I shoot out again? Just to make sure it's the right size. Somewhere. I see it somewhere. 1440, 792. Sure, that sounds like what it was before, probably. I don't know. Believe it or not, I haven't memorized that. Don't judge. Okay, like you do any better. Do you remember a bunch of random things that you input once and then never touch again for months at a time? Probably not. I'm guessing probably not. Yeah. So, shush. You haven't said anything, but you were thinking it, and it was very loud. But I was talking about, right, PC power. So it probably worked, but it would also drive me insane for the same reason that when I tried editing, roughly when Battlefield 3 came out on my fairly shitty laptop, uh, not being able to choose precisely where in the video I could actually click on because it would lag is why I didn't do more of that. Yeah, I've kind of always wanted to create things and just, I mean, most people maybe would just push through. I don't have that luxury because they keep paying. With the autism, I don't feel like that falls under ADHD. Maybe hyper-focusing and being able to do it correctly, kind of. Feels more like an autism thing, though. I have options. Anyway, hopefully your guys' day has gone better than mine, which started decently, I guess. Till I decided to try and run a virus again, and then it was doing weird things where it technically completed, but sort of maybe kind of failed. And then I tried doing an offline scan, and that literally just hung for like 20 minutes, which usually takes like 10-ish minutes. So I was like, yeah, I can do that before stream. Why not? Just peace of mind. No, instead I just had more questions because then I also had to do the SFFS CF scan and then VISM, or if you prefer, Delta Indigo Sierra Mike, which both make sure that your PC's files aren't bricked, or, well, not bricked. If it was bricked, they just wouldn't work in general. Borked, perhaps. We'll use borked. Yeah, they're not borked. Those turned fine, so that's great. Probably no virus. Who knows? Probably just have to run the malicious software removal tool later, which will be great. Yes, I like when things don't work correctly. Is what I'd say if I was lying. Yeah, I much prefer when they do work correctly. Which is why they usually, no, okay, no, they usually do. It's just some things that don't. Oh, I finally checked to make sure my microphone is actually working. The music does not seem to be, though. Why? Sonar. Oh, because you've randomly decided to disconnect the stream audio. Cool. Cool. Love that for me. Can you fix yourself now, please? What is that correct? Hello, baseline. Welcome to the continuing technical difficulties, because why would everything ever be simple? Is that correct? Nope, that's definitely not correct. Oh, it's gonna be, I have to go back into here and fix it that, oh my god. Okay, thankfully I wasn't doing anything else, because all of the other ones besides my mic broke, which I guess is a nice change of pace, if nothing else. Where's my fuck you sonar file? Because it likes doing this. So we have gaming media stream. Okay. Apply. Voila. Actual sound. I know. It's a high bar. It's a high bar. We've reached it. We've reached it. Cleared it even. Anyway, so that's been my day so far. How's yours going, baseline? Hopefully better. This is the part where you say it's better, otherwise, why does the model feel like it's moving a little more fluid? I mean, I'll take it, but it's odd because it's the same settings. Gonna stop complaining about PC issues. For now. We'll get back to that probably eventually when I run out of things to talk about. Yeah. You're golfing? Nice. It's more of a happy for you nice than I'm envious nice, because I don't know if this golfing's okay. It's a little slow for me, but I'm to bed at 4 a.m. Okay, I went to bed at like 1:30 to 2 because that's what I normally do. What were you doing up till 4? Unless it's masturbating, in that case I don't want to know. That's between you and yourself. Okay, that's... I'm just saying. Yeah. Don't ask how this reminds me, but I also still need to finish editing the video later. I think it should be done before Friday, but we'll see. 4 hours. Ah. Congrats. I don't know if that's like a good time. I, believe it or not, don't know what the average is. But double thumbs up, I say, because you can't see me do it. Oh, I look forward to the 3D days. That'll be great. I was just doom scrolling. I don't know if that's better or worse. Yeah, I don't know if that's better or worse. Just like I don't know like if it's better or worse here. Like, the part of me that knows photography doesn't want to clip as much through the top of the screen, but then I also tend to do this because I'm like that, and it's like, it looks weird, but yeah, it is what it is. Manga and doom scrolling. I think that's just all around worse. Yeah. You interacted with Twitter. I don't have any particularly strong feelings on manga, but like, I know the general public's opinion. So, I don't care. I'll bring it up because it's funny, but you know, I don't really care. Yes, not more. See, I just knew. I just knew. Fox, intelligent, slightly prophetic. Huh? Do I always listen to it? No, of course not. That would make my life easier. I don't like doing that, apparently. So, As I stare at the cash that I still need to put in my bank account on my desk. Anyway, it didn't feel super. What do you mean the 4 a.m. rockstar? What exactly do you mean the 4 a.m. rockstar exactly? PM, whatever. Well, speak up. We don't have all day. You probably just went to go like take a golf shot. You would do that. You'd totally do that. He'll answer eventually. I corrected myself, nerd. Yeah. Remember what size I was? No. We'll go with that. Looks a little better. See? Again, prophet. I just know things. I snark and I know things. Maybe that should be my catchphrase. Tagline? Is that a tagline? What's the difference between a catchphrase and a tagline? I don't actually remember. I guess a catchphrase would be something you say, but like what's exactly the tagline then? I don't really... I don't really have an answer for that, oddly enough. Let's move my mouse off of that and click off so that I don't accidentally grow. I mean, not that you would complain about a screen full of a boob, but it would be kind of awkward to like explain if YouTube notices. And I mean, there's like slight proprietary reasons. It's not proprietary. There's a word which probably doesn't start with a P considering how my brain works. Generally not considered socially acceptable, even fully clothed. What about it? I'm just saying, like, it would be awkward. I'm not saying that it wouldn't probably get more clicks, but you know, I don't intend to be doing it all the time, so I'm not gonna start. Maybe once or twice is a bit. Who knows? I don't have a lot of shame. I think some, maybe. If there's an argument for some, but not a lot. And most of that is just what I know what other people find embarrassing, so then I try not to do it because I don't want to make people uncomfortable. No idea how much that got picked up, but I'm trying to do better about enunciating and talking louder. I just naturally talk quietly. Anyway, but yeah, so that's where most of that comes from. And that's about it. Yeah. I don't really care, believe it or not. Yeah. Though I'm moderately tempted to hit joke or the good boy at some point just because it'd be really funny. But also, you know, you've got to like keep that in reserve, because if you do it all the time, then they get used to it and it's just not as entertaining. It's all about getting a reaction. Yeah. Okay, I don't think he was here. Good. You never know. Unlike somebody, he does have a job. Who am I referring to? That's a mystery. It could be anybody. You can't prove who it was either, so... Yeah. I look forward to winter. Then I don't know, I'd have to... I think I'd have to what is it called? Calibrate the other noise suppression option. Shouldn't be super complicated, but then there will be less weird sound, which there kind of is because it's cutting out the fan, which is nice because I need the fan, and it's certainly much more palatable than having fan noises constantly, but it does change things a little bit. You make fun of your employment status? I see. You can't prove that I was. I could be talking about myself. I could claim that I'm self-employed and doing YouTube and content creation as a career, but behold my field of accomplishments and income. It's empty. Yeah. So I'm not going to claim that. Therefore, it could be either. I'm just saying, you can't prove anything. Yeah. Raspberry lime water. Not a huge fan of the aftertaste, which is slightly mildew-esque, but I know it's not because it would taste differently if it was. Yeah.
All day.
Dogs will be dogs. Speaking of dogs, which is not really... We're segueing. Anyway. Oh, YouTube. Oh, I didn't do the description. I'll do that later. How much is later? I'm leaving that open, so therefore, I can't be wrong. Ignore that I'm the only one who, you know, suffers from this. If I take too long. Anyway. They've made a lot of changes lately, haven't they? Yeah. A lot of interesting, fantastic, zero consequence changes. Yep. I mean, previously we knew they had the, oh, we're going to change the monetization requirements by doubling them to combat AI in, well, both long form and shorts. And now they've decided that on the 24th of this month, August, they're changing how long form views work to mirror short views, except that's a large part of what caused the issue with shorts views in the first place and a bunch of AI. Yeah, I don't get it either. And as much as it seems like a conspiracy theory, like I said last time, actually I think I said tinfoil hat theory last time, but whatever. It feels more like they want people to use AI than they're trying to stop people from using AI. Which kind of makes sense, even if it's really dumb. Because I'm sure Google's they've invested a lot in AI, haven't they? Gemini. Yeah. And yet everyone hates it, but they've invested in it. So now they're trying to make everyone use it, even though it makes everything worse. I don't get it. But here we are. TLDR. That means that, technically speaking, you could hit F5 and constantly refresh the page, and it will count as a public view, which means you could really inflate the view numbers. But it doesn't really change anything on the back end because that still works off of engaged views for all of the metrics and whatnot. So conveniently, it doesn't change how much you'd earn per view because they're now separate. Which means it just has Charlie, Moist Critical, whatever. It's got like 5 different names, I swear. But as he pointed out in his video, it just incentivizes people making more AI slop because they're already doing it, and more views is more views. They don't care. It makes botting actually relevant, which is fantastic. And you can, as Biffing Brit pointed out, I think in a tweet, after the update, you can technically, if you get an uncapped CPM sponsorship, make out like an absolute bandit. Which means you've got like a very short amount of time to do that, because they'll definitely adjust eventually. And I mean, even if you get into the like long-term effects, they'd be less likely to probably sponsor you in the future if you did that sort of thing. Corporations tend to hold grudges. They don't like getting got. They like getting you, but they don't like getting got. I know, it's... Well... it's, pretty par for the course, let's be honest. Okay, no one's surprised. Nobody's surprised by this. This is just how things are. Was there something else? Oh, right. And it also makes sponsorships more difficult to get, especially for smaller creators, because now the views don't really mean anything, and it just hurts the trust from whoever's trying to invest in advertisement and marketing as to what they're actually getting out of it. Because if you have like 100,000 public views, but you've got like 30,000 engaged views, they're not gonna get what they expect out of that, are they? Which means it just hurts them. They're less likely to sponsor anyone on YouTube in the future. And therefore, it's just a net negative for everyone on the platform, including YouTube. And yet, with basically no warning, they've decided to drop this update starting the 24th. I'm surprised they even told anybody before it went live. I feel like there's some sort of legal obligation, otherwise they wouldn't have. But yeah, so that's a thing. That is great. Definitely no impact on anybody except everybody, including YouTube. It's fantastic. Ay, baby. To be fair, it like barely impacts me, because I'm nowhere near the requirements for monetization anyway. Have I mentioned I need to edit the video later? I need to edit the video later. Although, I have decided not to really focus on shorts at all because it's literally pointless. They're basically just advertisement for myself now, and it's even less incentivized because YouTube will still put ads and stuff on that and earn revenue, so that it's like, why would I give you free money? You don't give me free money. In fact, you seem to hate your creators, but... Dan, I don't really do anything that works super well in shorts anyway, so... This is the sort of thing would only do well after I've already got a viewer base, and then I'd do like more long shorts anyway, Make like a minute, minute and a half. I'd go longer if I could, but the longer the short is, the worse it does, just historically speaking. Turns out, people are rather brain rotted. So getting them to pay attention to a short when they have the expectation of it being like 15 to 20 seconds long on average, and then it goes on for way longer, their brain wanders and they just swipe off because they're not getting the serotonin hit that they've been conditioned to expect. Yeah. Cool stuff. This always happens. Anything that I get interested in gets interesting. In the Chinese proverb sense, yeah. So I guess sorry. My bad. It's been an interesting 2 years of YouTube. Although, granted, I did only really start taking it more seriously recently because I finally had the energy after burning out in the first year. First couple of months. First like 6-7 months. Moving on. There's nothing to move on to. I have nothing to move on to. That was it. That's all I had. That's all I had. League went wellish today. I go in both games. Yeah. 6. No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that. Not important. How's the golf going? It's only polite to answer. I'm showing, interest in your interest. I'm just saying. Honestly, not bad. That's good. That's good. Not bad is good. It's not as good as great, but it's not bad, which is better than bad. We're hitting all sorts of high bars today. Not like that. Ow. Thank you, Nick. That's great. I really hope they do release the deadlock update soon. That I need something. I need something, Valve or Yoshi, whoever you want to like beseech on that front. I also need to get the money into my account at some point before War Dogs comes out because I really want to play that. I really want to play that. But well, we've been over that. That involves leaving the house, which is, I mean, already adventurous enough. Like I feel like it's enough of an event. VTuber. Probably have to walk or get a ride, which is not as easy as I'd like it to be. And then still have to hope that the one that I go to actually works. Which is not a given, because the last two have not. Yes. I hate it here. I hate even more that people just can give it a check or like Venmo it. That would be significantly easier for everyone involved, but no, it's just cash. Because old people. Just old people. None of them, but old people. Yep. Yep. It is what it is. Get it eventually. Or just actually monetize the channel and earn something through that and then not even bother, and then I just have emergency cash, I guess. When would I use that? Don't worry about it. You know, better to have and not need than need and not have. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I'm going with. It's true. You can't disprove that it's true. It is just simply true. Okay. Maybe slightly vague, but it's still true. Yeah. Anything else to yap about? Probably a bunch to yap about, honestly. As I continue to remember to modulate my voice correctly, because the only way to get better at that is by doing it. Even if my brain tries to sabotage me constantly. Yay! Trans woman thing. Love it. Sometimes you can pick too many difficulty options, that's all I'm saying, alright? So, not relevant for this spawn, but you know, if you get another one, balance enjoyment versus challenge. And, you know, you still have to live the life after all. Why does my brain think of arc rated after that? I don't know. I haven't touched that game in like 3 months? 4 or 5 months since I like seriously played it. It kind of fell off. And by kind of, I mean it really fell off because they did stupid balancing decisions which weren't fun or enjoyed by anybody. And there's not that much new content. It still seems to pop off whenever there is new content, but it doesn't have as high a consistent player base. Which sucks, because that was literally one of the best games. Purely from a storyline standpoint, it was just very, very cinematic, which was nice. Until the PC decided it didn't like that. I think it was probably actually just the current AMD driver at the time that it came out, which, while better than they used to be, is still an AMD driver. So, you know, it's not perfect. Yeah, this may be putting it a little lightly. It's very much not good most of the time. Even if the technology is cheaper and way better, like that part got a lot better. But, you know, it still needs drivers that allow it to function in order to get full use out of it. So I'm sure my motherboard, probably being mildly borked to moderately borked, did not help that at all. But I can't really fix that, so I think I'd have to find someone, then I have to pay them. We're going down the rabbit hole again. I'm leaving the rabbit hole behind. I'm good. Water. I should do another, like, one of those Steam deep dives at some point and go through, like, new games and stuff. I haven't done that in, I think, over a year. On that, I should probably come up with more ideas for stream in general. You can want baseline 52. Give motherboard. Being kind of specific about it is first off. Second, I really don't want to have to reinstall the what is it called? AIO? The AIO. Never get a Cooler Master 2 Or is that it? Arctic Freezer 2. Sorry, my bad. Not Cooler Master. They're fine. I'm fine with that. Never really... I mean, the front fans in my PC, the 240... 300, and the very large fans in the front of my PC are from them, and they still work. But the Arctic Freezer, on the other hand, too, specifically, it was apparently well known for being complete ass to install. It took multiple hours. That's ignoring the fact that the back plate of my motherboard was technically not adhesive bond anymore, which surely signifies only words, nothing of any negative meaning whatsoever. It's fine. It just a little bit of heat. It's fine. Cool. Everything's chill ish. Still a PC. Which is long-winded way to say appreciate the thought, but I also don't appreciate the thought of trying to reinstall it and or having to like take my PC to someone and have them take like at most a couple of days to do it for me. And then having to like be really picky about the hardware itself, and then also wondering if it was actually still going to function, because again, I may have got slightly lucky and a new one would just break entirely because not enough power from the wall, or getting too much at sometimes, or not being able to provide what the hardware wants out of it. So I'm kind of just gonna leave it in a little equilibrium as long as it's functioning. And until then, I'm going to just pray, I guess. I'll just pray. Yeah. Praying sounds good. Not to any particular deity. I mean, I'm more than willing to like spread wide on that, alright? Not okay, that could have other congregations. Not beseeching any particular divinity, if you will, or fate for that matter. Just more as a general, hey, hopefully this doesn't implode at some point sort of thing. Hope for the best, basically. Yeah. Yeah. So, totally reliable. Zero issues that could resolve from that. It's great. I'm enjoying life. I love surprises and uncertainty. Yep. Love it. Great. Fantastic time, even. Why wouldn't I like not knowing if my computer's going to work consistently? Yeah. That's not like half of the reason why I don't do more games than I do. It's more like 70%. But you know, not to put any specific numbers on it. And good news, I don't think there's been a volcanic eruption in Nordic? Is it Iceland? I think it was Iceland in a while. I don't know if they ever got to move back into their town, which sucks a lot. But I mean, they did kind of literally have a volcanic fissure running underneath it, so that kind of complicates things significantly, especially when it continues to periodically erupt. And also, in case you weren't aware, volcanic gases are kind of toxic, by which I mean they will kill you rapidly. And it was putting out a lot of gas into the town, which is not good. So it could be worse, is my life could definitely be worse. Yeah, I have a very slim silver lining there, I suppose. Better than lead. Well, probably better than lead. Less toxic than lead. Yes, I can settle on that. Less toxic than a lead lining. Yet another bar cleared. Oh. What else do I have to yap about? Didn't really have a set amount of time for this, admittedly. Just kinda going. I thought about playing today, except again. Okay, so my desk setup isn't exactly the most ergonomic of setups. Can't think of another word for that, so you get the same one over again. Cry about it. So sometimes if I'm doing a lot and don't remember to take breaks and move my wrist around in ways that aren't having it sit in the same position that it doesn't really like sitting in constantly for hours, it makes its displeasure known. And I'd prefer it not turn into something like carpal tunnel or an even worse repetitive stress injury. So, no game today, sadly. Even if it would make my life somewhat easier, although I don't seem to do as well as the Just Chatting streams, which is... I think part of that is that I tend to... well, anxiety. Which then means I don't talk as much. Also, brain kind of overworks itself, and it doesn't when I do Just Chatting in and of itself. Focus a little too much on things that don't really matter. And it's slightly more difficult to mitigate on YouTube because I can't actually... don't really have any way to have the window open without showing at least how many views total there have been. But that's still better than concurrent viewers, which my brain will run away with. So I avoid doing that. Would it be easier if I did not have as many mental hangups? Yes. Yes, it would. That's not changing though, so I'm just gonna continue on and tackle them as mental energy allows, which has been going better. I think better the stream before last, but was with the one before that. I don't remember. The point is, it is... I do remember to talk slightly less quickly as well, because I tend to do that. Also, which would be less of a problem if I enunciated better, but I don't, and so therefore I actually need to make sure that I enunciate better and talk slower. I have stream homework. It is what it is. It's for the best. I spent enough time on the audio, which, yeah, y'all didn't say anything, by the way, last time about the audio balancing being off. You could barely hear the music. Hopefully, it's audible now. But also the game was really competing with my voice. That's less of an issue here. I forgot. I was gonna do that. Right, okay, so I've had that on tab. This might get slightly weird. So 2 decibels gain there, but it's gonna turn that off and instead do it from my microphone itself because I think that's better and therefore less likely to cause problems on the other side. That is totally different. Oh my. I turn that on. What does that look like? Does that look any different? No, not really. It's about the same. No, a little bit more. A little bit more. It's only by 2 decibels, so like it's not huge. But I think it's better to do it on my microphone so it's slightly better quality than to do it on that. Hopefully, okay, because the problem with increasing gain is that it can get sort of grainy, I think is maybe the best way to describe it. So you'll have to let me know. You can click back and forth in the stream because now there's a clear point at like 50 minutes and 20 seconds where you can sample both and let me know which one is better, I guess. Because otherwise I'm gonna have to listen later, and I hate listening to my own voice 90% of the time. But needs must. But you know, I need to come up with more stream ideas. As much as the ADHD side of my brain doesn't want to sometimes because I've done it multiple times and they don't really perform well, but maybe I need to just think of different ones, because like I have what I would like to do. Like I did one where sort of a deep dive into Samus. I did one where it was more interactive as far as like deciding games that I played and whatnot. I'm just not a... I needed to do more video content before I did streaming, and I didn't. And we're not exactly in the golden age of streaming as far as building up the platform, your own platform. So it's a bit harder. You can't get attention just by being a VTuber or being a streamer, which is kind of the... I'd say it probably when streaming in general, and then games, and then doing like in-person live streams, IRL streams, right? And then VTubing, and now it's just kind of settled until the next thing. Whatever that'll be. Which, I mean, I'm not complaining, it would have been nice if I got to start sooner, but I didn't. But I also wouldn't have been able to really get a model, because I would have had no startup funds, and I could only get one because this was $25 for a customizable one, which is very nice. Could have been a lot more. So, swings and roundabouts really is the point. I wouldn't really have been able to start sooner, but I also have a slightly harder time because I couldn't start sooner. But then part of the reason why I have a harder time now is because I fucked up in the beginning, right? Tried to do too much too early, didn't do enough video content because editing. The rest is history. Burnout. Depression's less of an issue these days, which is nice. Having energy is always useful for whatever endeavor you want to do. There was something else I was going to bring up. I forgot it. More emotionally present too, I guess. That's technically ties into the first one. But, yeah. For whatever reason, my brain has these stages where it's like, okay, I'm gonna do a thing. As the first step, as most things, is you look to other people who are doing it and are successful, so then you copy them. That's just how it goes. You'll never really get successful, though, doing that because other people are already doing it better. But ideally, you can troubleshoot isn't really the right term, but you can look at how that goes and go, okay, what do I like doing? What do I not like doing? And then customize it for yourself from there until you reach your own style. It's a bit energy intensive, mentally speaking. So that took a while. And because of all that, my brain had to work in stages, basically. hopefully we're in the last stage. I've pretty much figured out what I want to do content-wise. I'm fairly settled on the streaming side of things, minus the whole still anxiety, but that's just gonna be there until I get used to it. Which part of it is not really being as successful at the moment. Brain and self-inflicted timelines and expectations and whatever. It is what it is. Sometimes knowing things is more of a detriment to completing a task than not knowing things. And I'm very good at knowing things and thinking of things that most people usually don't. Very good for catastrophizing. Yeah. Which isn't great for, you know, creative endeavors. Or very good for creative endeavors, depending on what you're doing, I suppose. But my only real talents are video games, arguably, but none of the ones that I've really played recently, at least on stream. Talking about things, puzzles, and taking things apart as far as like dissecting them verbally is to figure out why people do what they do or why things are the way they are, or why people do the things that they're doing. In the case of YouTube, currently, yeah, poignant. And sports, which I can't really do anything with as a 2D VTuber or in games, because my brain does not translate those skills over super well for the most part, because it's stuff like keeping track of where people are around me, coordination, being able to read people and what they're going to do, which is mostly just body language and some guessing. You can kind of apply the last one to like hack shooters and whatnot, but I haven't played the greatest lately because, again, anxiety, overthinking things. I've missed more shots in like CS2 or whatever, purely because I psych myself up too much when it's a super easy shot that I could totally hit, and then that's interspaced with times where I don't get to think, and then land really, really good shots that I have no business landing. It's very annoying. Alas, there is no way but through, so that's what we're gonna do. Figure it out. Honestly, part of a large part of the reason why I'd actually like to have more numbers in terms of viewership is just so I could actually do anything with the stats that I get on the back end. Because, like, if there's a few hundred people, then statistics, that's still not great on a statistics front when you're trying to figure out what people like or what worked and what doesn't. But it's better than like 20 to 30. Where, to use a League of Legends example, if you look up Lolalytics, they have tons of stats on champions and the items they build and win rate percentages, and even deeper into like versus specific champions. If you have a stat that is like, okay, there's been 10 games and they've won 60% versus there's 20,000 games and they've won 52%, there's every chance that the 60% win rate one is actually ass, and it's just someone who's really, really good at the character, and that specific item fits their playstyle, and so they spike in a way that they specifically benefit from, but that most people would just absolutely shit the bed at, which is the other 40% of that statistic. Whereas the 52% is more generally applicable. It's just good. It's got a 52% win rate. It is a very solid data point to go off of. If you get 20,000 views versus 30 views, it's kind of really impossible to figure out, okay, so what time is best stream or upload? That one's less applicable because I kind of just stream when it best fits me. I have to feed the dogs at like 5:30. They get like 30 minutes to go outside, and then I can stream for like 3 to 4 hours, and then it's 9 to 10 o'clock, and then I get time to decompress and do other stuff before going to sleep, and then theoretically editing the next day. It's a work in progress. But I don't have a lot to work off of, unfortunately. So stuff like retention or click-through rate, title and thumbnail stuff, it's just like, might as well just do what I feel like works best and go from there, because I can't actually get enough stats on the back end to even remotely try and logic it out. I'm sure you could do some really complex statistical nerd stuff and figure it out better than I have with what I have, but that's not... I'm not going to learn how to do that because I have other things to worry about, and the turnover wouldn't be enough to justify it in the first place. I mean, I said earlier, I have to tune my guitar and remember to keep practicing that. I need to figure out if I want to download Unreal Engine and start messing around with landscaping, basically. Just create different terrains and landscapes and backgrounds and stuff. Something that I could potentially use for a stream. Maybe 3D animation in terms of actually creating 3D models. Simple ones, especially at first, but I mean, my PC has problems just recording some games while playing them. I feel like that didn't need to be said. Obviously, if you're trying to record the game, you have to be playing it, but whatever. And then I need to solidify the editing style that I want to go with, and then I need to do a lot. Oh, right, because I was thinking, cool, I'll play more games on stream, specifically like Deadlock or whatever, and then I'll just download the recording or the VOD from YouTube and edit it down into a highlights thing. I can't do that because it's the max resolution you can download those at is 720p in the year 2026. And YouTube wants to make all of the changes that it's doing to increase the monetization targets and also to really screw you over as far as views go by making them literally not matter on the front end. So honestly, if they go through the change, views will matter about as much as subscriber count does, which is to say, not at all. It's just a vanity metric, but at least you can't really spoof subscribers without making a bunch of bots, which would presumably be found out at some point. So, you know, it's very, very annoying. Very turbulent time to be trying to make content creation your career. Great. I do love a good challenge. Sometimes it's really nice when it's simpler, but hey, at least I won't be bored. Oh, right, and come up with podcast topics. And at some point this year, probably, come up with more topics, and also I think I decided I was just going to change hair color for that ASMR stuff, because I don't seem to do the game thing so well. Yeah, and I don't think that I could play War Thunder even if I wanted to, because again, I stopped playing it because it kind of literally killed my PC. Thanks, Gaijin. Yeah, you can't set frame rate limits on War Thunder in the year 2026, so that's great. Love that. Fantastic. Oh. But I am very good at monologuing, so I've got that going for me. Very good for, I almost said TED Talks. Technically, yeah, those are a little more planned out, but yeah. TED Talk from wish.com, maybe, or Timu. Timu TED Talk. But podcasts and ASMR, that works for. I tend to trend towards more relaxing on a verbal standpoint, I guess, anyway, so that checks out. I feel like maybe I try and have a little too much energy on stream sometimes. I was talking too quickly again because anxiety. Yeah, my bad. So something to keep in mind on top of making sure that my voice is where I want it to be, and pacing myself energy-wise so that I don't burn out my brain. Never mind my throat and vocal cords. And also make sense and stay coherent, because the thing that happens is I start overthinking too much, and then anxiety, and then I like forget to breathe or something. I'm not super clear on that. So I either burn through too much water and then start getting dehydrated, and then therefore don't, not as present, I guess. Maybe slightly on the dissociation side of things, that could be. I don't know. It makes sense. But start losing track of like what I've talked about, or being cognizantly aware. It feels more like a double positive than anything, but you get the idea. Like, it happens sometimes when I'm playing League or whatever too. I get overstimulated. It's the same thing. And then brain shuts off and I'm basically autopiloting. And yet, not overthinking also tends to be where I start getting more viewership as well. But that could also just be the time of day, so I don't really know. But that's also usually around like the hour mark on average, and then I'll look over and it's like 3 hours later, and I'm like, oh. Oh no. Very weird to not really be present for my own streams, let's just say that. I snark, and I know things. Be a good tagline, really would. I should do that at some point. Oh right, I also want to make a different background. But the problem with that is my brain kind of writes checks that it can't cash out creatively on that front. Because like I can immediately think of something that'd be really cool, although maybe it would need slight tweaks because that would potentially be too clashing color-wise. Part of the problem is my color scheme, you might have noticed, is white. I do like the white hair, but white and then black. And it's not really consistent, which is, you know, occasionally useful on the chroma keying side of things. But it does complicate stuff otherwise. This works, but it's a little simple. Yeah, it's a little simple. I'm not exactly about to create like an entire room or a forested background or whatever. I don't even know what I'd want per se. But the themes seem to be winter, vaguely, spirit, and fox. So I guess magic to some extent. Also roses. No. I don't want to know how me trying to draw a rose would come out. So we're gonna avoid that until I can have a professional do it. Yeah. Yeah, I tend to have to do like drawing and editing in shifts because otherwise I A, hyperfocus, or B, well, too many options, overwhelmed again, and then therefore not creative at all, which isn't great when you're trying to draw something. Oh. I don't know if it's really a thing to work on per se, as much as a thing to keep in mind. I'm sort of working on it, but at the end of the day, it's just my brain being my brain. ADHD, autism. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah. No. Right. So, what would I want to do? Cause like I've done guitar, like practicing guitar on stream before. I get slightly self-conscious of that. I'm rather shy, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, spoiler alert, I'm rather shy. Not about him. Don't even... Look, there's a lot of correlations, but no. I just be whatever I want to be. It's neither here nor there. But I've done that before, as far as the music thing. Maybe again in the future I'd want to do a little more practicing, but I should actually probably do the practicing instead of just saying that I should do the practicing. I'm very good at planning. Otherwise I'm better at just doing in the moment. Yeah. But I do not. Unfortunately, I do not. And therefore, I must simply make do. Yeah. It is kind of funny that Discord notifications come through on my phone, but not on the desktop because I have streamer mode on. But that doesn't get shared to the phone for some reason. Probably for me to tell the overgrown desktop application, browser application rather, how to do things, but I feel like that would be fairly simple to any competent programmer, which I'm not, but that's why I said fairly certain instead of completely certain. Ah. Oh. Okay. Scratch, make things slightly easier for myself on my talking front. There's less tense muscles. So, I do wonder how the golf is going for baseline. There's the baseline 52 slash... Why is 52 not 25? I don't know, but... Yeah. I do wonder sometimes if, like, talking too much sort of scares people into not typing and chatting. Feels like kind of a catch-22. I guess I could try and leave more openings between. Also talk slower, which I wasn't doing again, because of course I wasn't. Why would I do that? But that would require you guys speaking up. Otherwise I won't know. Because trust me, I can come up with a lot of different scenarios and reasons for a lot of different things that aren't necessarily going to be true. So, I try not to do that for reasons of catastrophizing. Not good. Not good. But I've done better before, I've done worse before. We're in kind of a median area. Yeah, it is what it is. Alright. What random topic can I delve into? I'm definitely better on talking of things that actually matter other than like meaningless inane shit. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it's just not usually where my brain goes. I don't do a lot of small talk. Yeah. I do no small talk. I blame autism. No. I also tend to sort of suck at storytelling because I try to be too concise with it. Right? Storytelling, the idea is to... It's like a verbal novel, if you will. You're trying to tell a story in an entertaining and engaging way. Sometimes embellishing, but not necessarily. But you're less worried about being concise and more trying to keep a good flow. Which, yeah. A little bit tricky. Please play Deadlock. Unfortunately not today, because wrist. Which would be in the description if I didn't have tech issues and then not get to put it in. But we did last time, so there's that VOD. Probably Friday would be the next one. Unless I finish the, ironically, Deadlock video that I'm editing. Before then, and then maybe Wednesday? But Friday for sure, which means probably not Wednesday. Because... Again, rest. You do this to me. Well... I'm just realized your name is Dead by Daylight, skill cap is low. Based. I mean, I do love being contradictory and snarky. There's another adjective in there somewhere that I can't think of. But yeah, like, that aside, just now. I have the decision before me of playing the game and then not playing the game for a lot longer, or not playing the game. I'm very bad at the whole convalescence thing, historically. Okay, that's why my knee still bugs me after I heard it one time playing hockey. I was like, oh, it's fine enough. And then I just made it worse. So, yep. Learned that lesson. Would have been nice to not, you know, create a long-term reoccurring injury before that, which probably be fine with actual physical therapy and, I don't know, using it Consistently. That's the word. Consistently. But yeah. Intelligent, smart. Two very different things. Two very different things. I am somewhat both stubborn and naive sometimes. BB snack time. I wish I had snacks. I wish I had snacks. I wish that the model didn't like do weird mouth movements so much. Then I'd probably eat more on stream, and then maybe I'd even do react content. But you know, it's too boring. You sound Gaijin. High on life, I guess. I mean, there's weirder things to be called, I guess. I guess on the scale of sounding high or sounding like a douchebag, I'll take sounding high. I don't know exactly what that entails because I was a good girl growing up. I had no alcohol, no drugs. I didn't even stay out late. I ignore that that's because I didn't really go anywhere, and when I did, it was like sleepovers at a friend's house or whatever. But the fact stands. I was like the poster child for the poster child. Yeah. I'd like to think that it balances out my snarky nature. It's probably true. You can't prove it. So anyway. Oh. Well, hey, there's a topic I haven't thought about in a while. Dead by Daylight. Oh boy. When was the last time I played Dead by Daylight? And even then, I think I like loaded it up, looked at the menu and the skill tree and whatever the hell it's called, the blood web or whatever, and I was like, yeah, you know, maybe I'm okay. Maybe I'm okay. Maybe I don't really need to play this right now. April 6, 2025. So probably sometime late 2024, and I wasn't even playing it super regularly then. New Killer looks OPAF. But I'll never install a game as boring as that again. Yeah. Most people don't have that sort of self-control. So props. I don't know. I like a lot of people have tried to do the whole asymmetric game thing many a time. I miss Evolve. Evolve was fun for a bit, but it never caught on. And the only way to play Left 4 Dead 2 is if you have a friend group who has Left 4 Dead 2. So until they make another game like that again, don't really have another one. But for whatever reason, the devs were really caught up on keeping everything like 50% for Dead by Daylight, as in 50% of the survivors will live and 50% will die, which sounds fine from a, you know, logical standpoint, I suppose. But from a gameplay standpoint, it's very frustrating because you're very much not in control of your destiny, especially because survivors typically have more agency in that front in the first place, which is weird because you'd think that the one who's the lower number on the asymmetric side would have more power because there's less of them. Far be it for me to tell them how to balance the game, but it doesn't feel great. But I have no clue what they've been doing lately because I stopped paying attention to Dead by Daylight like 2.5 years ago. I used to watch True Talent, at least sometimes. Still subscribed on YouTube, but I don't really watch. I have Deadlock to pay attention to. War Dogs is going to be coming out soonish. Early access September 10th. Squad has a Star Wars mod, which is making me debate whether or not I want to bother reinstalling Squad. Noida calling your name. Does Noida mean witch in another language? Because YouTube auto-translated that. Interesting. Not something I would have expected to learn. Huh. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, the hell. There we go. What are you doing, YouTube? Thank you. Holy. What about looks crazy? Noida is the kind of game which works better when you have a larger audience, because at least for me, the game itself isn't super engaging because it's basically just try and do as well as you can over and over again. I'm very goal-oriented. It doesn't have any specific goals to aim for, and so my brain kind of checks out, if you will, which is not great, because then I start playing worse as well. Perfect amount of yapping? What do we... I assume you've been listening the entire time, but I have no idea when you... Golf going very good, Loki. That's good. I don't know what you're talking about. You might know what you're referring to, but I don't. I've said a lot of things. We haven't quite reached smooth brain flow state yet. Okay, I'm still like mostly present, but... Demonstrous? I don't think I've ever heard that term before. But I am curious. Okay. You know what? Fine. Fine. I'll take that as a meaning to not look at Steam. I'm gonna do this instead. Yeah. Oh god. Okay. Let me meander over here. And nope. Wrong button. Steam. Oh no 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 no. The fate to keep you. Is there anything in here which is gonna try and dox me? Does not seem so. Good. Thank you, Steam. I appreciate it. You'd think that's a low bar. You'd think it's a low bar. It's not. Not a low bar. It's a very... You think it's a... No. Low bar? Is it? You know what I mean. Moving on. Is this, right? Yes. Cool. Venture into a handcrafted world where runes whisper of post-cataclysms. Master the art of sword and sorcery, and forge your own path with relics, spells, and choices that shape who you become in this first-person RPG. PHQ Nordic. I've heard of Paraglacial before, though. I assume they're new. Hey, it's Alto. The pain will be intense. Yeah, that's Alto. Early access out now. Early access out now. Please, Throat, cooperate. I know you can do this. It's not hard. It always cracks me up that you can pause these? Maybe it's just on the web browser. But they're always so low FPS. Like, I get why. But sword and sorcery unfold your path with relic spells and choices that shape who you become in this first. It's the same thing, whatever. Narrative, focus narrative path. Oh, okay, yes, words are important. While Beatkeeper follows the focus narrative path, the world invites exploration. Yeah, I like exploration. Oh. I mean, okay, me personally, I get hit in the face by a fireball. I'm doing something besides continuing to run forwards, but you know, fair enough, badass. Rich progression mechanics. Train your character meaningfully across. What do you mean? That could be like corporate speak, or it could actually mean you get to meaningfully customize your weapons and or create in outright. Which Manalord, not Manalord. Bannerlord was supposed to do, except that game did not at all deliver on what it promised. So technically kind of, but also not really. Which sucks, because I was really looking forward to that game. Oh well. Variety weapons, artifacts, customer style to suit your playstyle. You could have diversified that slightly. I don't know what that does, so I'm not going to click it. Including chance-based body dismemberment. Oh boy, my favorite. It's what I liked in Jedi Academy 2, I think it was? And World at War was nice there too. 3070 or AMD 6080X, 6800XT, which I don't know where that. That's different. Your recommended requirements are, oh, sorry, no, the RAM changed. My bad. I thought that there was no difference, but the RAM is doubled. That's an incredibly meaningful difference. Looks better than real life. It looks very good. Surprisingly good if they're saying a 3070 is the recommended. But Unreal 5 is my guess, so that definitely helps. $64-bit operator. I'm sorry, is this a thing which still isn't just the standard? Also, is this 2 generations behind my graphics card, or what? Because I have a 9060. So I don't really know. I know. Ooh, a horror game, never mind. Yeah. I mean, there's not a lot on it, but it looks fairly interesting. 6 weeks. Certainly nothing. Not because nothing's been happening. Right. A radial menu. That didn't really change anything. Killers? What? Concern. Video menu. Kill system changes, improved combat. I'm confused. What? YouTube, what are you doing? Did I spoil something? If so, sorry. I don't know what it is, though. Oh. Interesting. That might have been sarcastic. I legitimately wouldn't be able to tell you. Yay, autism! Let's go! Yeah, no, I have no clue. It seems interesting, though. I have Discord, which is... Everyone has it. I have a Discord these days, okay? That's not super impressive. I'm just saying. June 2nd, so fairly... That was a month ago. It was over a month ago. That was 2 months ago. No, June, not July. Huh. Well, it's Team Deck supported. Oh. I wonder if they're gonna have, like, a weather sort of system. Don't buy zero content right now. Compare to 2030. Oh. Yeah. That's usually how that goes, unfortunately. Holy! Wait, I just realized the version number. I read it and I didn't, like, consciously realize. Yeah, that's a very early access version of the game. I mean, it's worth following, I guess. But, you know, unless you like really pretty environments, it's sort of hard to justify getting the game in its current state. Whatever that may be. Now, War Dogs, on the other hand. War Dogs. Still can't... Still doesn't show up. They really don't want this game to succeed. Also, there's no space. I'm moderately stupid. What in the... No. I stop eating up my resources. So, if you don't know, I think... Okay. So Tomographic compared it more to Planetside 2 than what everyone else is saying with, like, Battlefield and... Well, between Battlefield and Arma. I've never played Planetside 2, so I can't speak. But... I'm very excited. Because it's doing a lot of... Well, it's doing a few big things that change up how the game would feel. God, zombies. I'd need to own the Call of Duty that has that. Also, I'm pretty sure I definitely need a better PC. But hey, who knows? I tend to not say I won't do things. I sometimes shouldn't say that I'll do things because I end up changing my mind, which is just how my brain works. I don't know if I like a thing until I do it. It's just, it is what it is. But That'd be kind of fun to get like a group together for or something. The destruction system I am very looking forward to in this game, I will say. Looks very nice. The graphics look solid. Not that it'll look like this in my PC. It won't. It definitely won't. But it's got the hot zone, and well, it's got the control point in the middle, and then a hot zone at the control points. The control point's a lot larger. You earn money for doing things that help your team, which incentivizes team play, unlike something like Battlefield. And there's a lot you can do. You can do logistics. You can just run around and revive people. You can fly people around. You can drop off supplies with a helicopter or a truck, or you could just shoot stuff. It's got, even going into early access, it's got a solid amount of weapons. I think more than the last Call of Duty had on release. But they have said that's the weakest part of early access, which is very novel to see a dev say, hey, I mean, they literally made a video about, hey, here's 10 reasons not to buy their game in early access. I can't name another developer that's done that. It doesn't immediately make me want to get the game, right? I'm just interested in this type of game in the first place, so I've played Battlefield, which had probably about the same amount of weapons as they're having on release for like the full game, if you go like to Battlefield 3 or whatever. So, oh right, also they're building their building systems seem really interesting, more in depth than you'd expect. They have, admittedly, one of the least fun for the person getting artillery, which is saying something, artillery systems, because it's like a sniper elite bullet time style thing for the artillery shell, which, you know, one of the core weaknesses of artillery is not being able to actually see where the round lands, so you need spotters. And yes, that does somewhat complicate things, but I think they might have made it more like a bullet time thing so that it doesn't give you like a huge view of the battlefield as it flies over. But I low-key think that would be worse, especially if it's moving quickly. And then like stop a bit before the target so you can't see exactly where it hits, and you can't pinpoint accurately hit things like structures or defenses. You'd still be able to see it, but I don't know. If they don't want to go the route of, okay, you need someone to actually be spotting for you, which even with the systems they have to incentivize team play would be difficult to set up. Because, like, how do you decide who's spotting? Do they need to buy a specific gear? Well, now that's even more. What's the word? What's the word? Barrier to entry? It's a higher barrier to entry then. But, yeah. It's got a lot of potential, and it seems like it'd be fun even on release into early access, as long as it's the type of game that you like. I do think it's gonna have stuff which will have people on both sides of the arcade shooter or milsim perspective things not liking it as much. Because it's technically in like a middle area, but it's not like everything else where it's like actually in the middle area. It does things differently. I mean, it has 3 factions fighting against each other. There's like 30 players per team. we've come a long way from Battlefield struggling to get 60 people on each team. Yeah. Especially with the size of the map and everything that's going on and all things you need to do to be successful. It's got a total of 100 players. There you go. Yeah, so 33, and 33, so that would make 100. Yeah, okay, that checks out. I'm hopeful. Because I haven't had a game in a while where I got to... what's it called? Do any sort of vehicle gameplay. Mainly because there's no Battlefield that I can play because I don't own it. And I don't really feel like messing around with Arma. Yeah, that's not ideal. A, doesn't run super well because it's Arma. B, everyone's on your Forger, so I don't have her Forger. I have Arma 3. It's just... overall, yeah. Yep. Pre-order War Dogs to guarantee access to the closed beta playtest running from August 21st to August 23rd. If you don't enjoy the beta, feel free to refund it. Alternatively, request access for a chance to get... request access above for a chance to get beta access. I will probably do that. It's okay. Not that that means a lot, because my PC should definitely be able to play at 1440p off of its components, but it can't because power and also the motherboard and everything. So whether it'll run or not on my PC really isn't determined by whatever they say there. It's just luck. But I do like the idea of being able to, you know, build up a cache, well, your bank account in game. It's kind of nice. There's no classes. That's what I was going to say. There's no set classes. You just get XP and unlock things for that playstyle by doing the things that are under the umbrella of that playstyle, which is slightly up to their discretion. So that could be wonky. But overall, there's a really, really big potential for very large communities to spring up around the game, because, like, again, there's so much you can do. There's base building, the destruction's good, which means base building is even more important. You can do logistics by air or by ground. You can have people who are specifically trying to intercept those logistics. You can have just general squads. You have tanks. You have other sorts of vehicles. I'd assume LAV sort of things, infantry fighting vehicles, so that'd be AFVs or whatever. You have marksman teams, you have spotter teams, you have artillery. There's so much. It's just the dream of a combined arms enjoyer to have this game and have it succeed. So hopefully it succeeds. But you know, it's not a guarantee. It wouldn't be the first game that I've seen in early access absolutely shit the bed after the fact, even though it had a lot of potential and was very promising. Oh yeah, they also have local voice chat, which not every game has these days, because they try and... Okay, one of my least favorite things about gaming recently is the corporatization of it, by which I mean they do everything based off of statistics. So they look at a chart which says, if someone experiences toxicity, they're less likely to continue playing the game for the day or at all or whatever. And so they're like, well, no, we don't want to put VoIP because then people are going to be toxic. And it completely ignores the high potential for gaming moments, which is the entire point. Like, chatting back and forth with the team, bantering with your opponents, that sort of thing. Like, imagine if in hockey or soccer they made it so that you can't talk to the other players while you're on the field or ice surface to reduce friction. First off, especially with online gaming, you tend to forget that they're people then, because that's an issue a lot of people have. And two, it doesn't reduce friction. It makes it easier to hate them, because, again, you forget that they're a person. And therefore, you just... Honestly, because it usually has a text chat anyway, you're more likely to pop off and pop out or whatever. So it's just dumb. It ruins the community aspect of gaming, and especially in games like this, and it just sanitizes the whole experience, which is so saddening. Oh well. Thank you. Screw you, Ubisoft. So upset. So upset. Anyway. Upset. There are promising games. I still need to... Okay. We've been over this. I need to put the money back out. So I get the strange feeling I'm not going to be doing that for whatever reason, which is not at all ominous. But we'll see. I choose to believe happy things. Happy thoughts. Positive. Yay. We will see, won't we? Time will tell. I don't know what time's going to tell, but it's going to tell something. Which is... not saying much, but it is at least saying something, so... Yep. No. Things, stuff make me happy. Happy to help? This isn't going to help the whole not a bottom argument, but I do enjoy making people happy, so that's good to hear. Yes, yes. Easy. Well, I'm actually arguably not easy to please, if we're being completely honest. Rather high standards. Higher for myself. So if you're not, it's still high for everyone else, but you know, higher for myself. Got clipped. Interesting. Why is that like that? YouTube. I can't... Okay. Okay, so you typed that. But it decided to uncaps... Well, it's a horrible screenshot, but whatever. I'll put that Discord later. It did weird things with your message. 200 IQ. I look like Abrams, but African. 8'3". Decently tall. Yeah, that's... I mean, at that point, I'd be worried about your joints and also nutritional intake and general health. Gigantism is not great. Well, it's not as simple as most people think it is. Do you mean my standards? You know, I mean, you drive a hard bargain, I think you pass. I haven't really had any physical standards argued, now that you mention it, but yeah, impressive. Bro's god, yeah. Yeah. If you were to imagine a god incarnated into a human form, would fit. Oh boy. Oh, it'd be so annoying getting around places though. Like, cars would be small, you'd be scrunched over, doorways would be too short on average by like 2 feet. Just... yeah. It'd be rough. Chairs are rough too. Yeah, go ahead and sign on. I don't know what DL is. The only thing I've seen is Deadlocker. I don't really date in general, honestly. Wouldn't say aromantic, but it's not really something that pops up. Autistic. It's not something I think about. Also realistic about the fact that I'm not at all ready for that sort of thing, because I need to get my mental health settled first. As to what character I most look like, probably Calico. I've suddenly blanked on what all the Deadlock characters look like. She's definitely curvier, I'll give her that. But maybe Yamato? Like with different hair, I guess maybe Yamato. If you're talking about like the mod version, default Yamato, probably not so much. The mod version, yeah. So rather fittingly, considering my ancestry, a mix between those two probably is the most accurate. Look like Dynamo human form. If I speak. Yeah, I'm probably about as far from that as you can get. Mostly because ADHD and getting distracted. I should probably eat more. I don't. I probably should, but I don't. But it works out because I don't really exercise as much as I should either, so, you know. Ignore the argument that if I ate more I could exercise more, because I'd have the energy for it. That's surely just like a complete happens. That's not important. It's irrelevant. Dynamo's black hole. I feel like that sentence has other potential connotations than as strictly stated. Weird. I'd say no in both contexts, honestly. Not really my thing. No, PTSD. Dynamo. Dynamo, your kit. Your kit. And the things that it does to me. Why? Why must I suffer like this? Have you ever tried playing Graves against Dynamo? It's not it's not fun. Don't recommend. Have I watched Obsession? I don't know what that is, so I'm gonna say no. I assume a show of some point. Some sort. That is the word. I was looking for it. So no, I have not. I don't really watch any TV. I at most watch YouTube videos. Used to Netflix, but then they kept changing the password. It's technically my mom's account, but family shares it. And trying to get it out of her is very frustrating, because then she forgets it and then changes it, and it's an entire thing. Probably should again at some point. But yeah, mostly watch YouTube. I don't really watch streams either, because I tend to start watching a stream and then I want to play the game they're playing, so then I just go play the game. Well, it's that, or then my brain gets caught up on like, well, no, I want to stick around and like support them, and also I want to see what they're doing and what they do, and I don't want to miss out, so FOMO. But my brain has a habit of like, oh, I don't want to do this thing, but I kind of want to do this thing, and I want to finish doing this thing because ADHD, because I started doing the thing, and then I stick around doing the thing when I don't really want to do the thing anymore, and it's just, it's not great. It's a popular horror movie? Oh, that's not happening. I don't do horror. Yeah. I don't do horror games. I don't do horror movies. I'll sometimes watch other people play horror games, but I generally don't even do that, because let's just say I have an inventive imagination. Yeah. We'll go with that. We'll go with that. And Jitsama the Deadlocker? I have no clue who that is. I should probably keep more aware of the deadlock space, but no. Would you rather eat a gushy cake, a bussy cake, or a tootsie cake? I feel like... Oh, I think I got... I think I got the first one. Maybe. Probably the first one? Not really into either of the other two. Yeah. Honestly, I'd probably say none of the above. But if I had to choose, then probably the first one. Ow. Ow. I should probably do more moving around. Oh, okay. Yep. Stretching time. But I should probably keep more aware of the deadlock content creator landscape, especially beyond the obvious top ones like Deathy, Ido, and the pro players in the pro scene, because yeah. Not that there's a high likelihood of collabs at any point soon, but you know, eventually. Maybe, probably. I don't know. I tend to do things solo. That's just sort of how I function. Return this level player. Yeah. If you subtract almost after the reset, almost all of the, you know, divisions, minus the bottom two. Yeah, I count as Eternus. The reset was not happy with. Okay, so admittedly, I did do dumb things for the placement games after the reset, which is my fault. I tried playing Celeste again after not playing Celeste for a long time. I tried a different build than I usually play in AV. Did I try not? I might have tried playing Mina. Then I went back to playing Graves and Furnace and actually using the Ivy build that I like, that fits my playstyle, and won the rest, but you know, I'm not Bricklow. So there's that. It could be worse. It could be worse, because the grind is... I mean, I think I got up to a 10 win streak on Infernus, which was still only like 490? It's like 1,000, so it was like 3 games. It was like 490 elo per win at that point. Give or take. You can collab with Sir Third the Black. No clue who that is? I'll maybe remember to check at some point. I have a horrible memory with names. As to viewer games, never say never. It's a little easier in Deadlock than something like War Thunder, so maybe, but Shy, also generally, well, Shy, Fox. Switch and do things solo, but maybe. I always get paranoid about people doing dumb things. Sometimes I'm tempted to turn chat off, for that matter, but it's technically fine. It's not actually that big of a deal. It's just me being paranoid. That said, it probably wouldn't be something I do all the time. But I'm not objectively opposed. As much as I technically am good in like leadership positions, as I learned many times over the years, I don't actually like leading or being in charge of things, which is somewhat counterproductive. So I'd have to think out like how to set that up. Probably also come up with some rules. As OBS shits itself. One moment. Are we back? I think we're back. All right. Thanks, OBS, for the random disconnection. Anyway. Yeah, probably come up with some rules and stuff over that, and then like figure out. I say figuring out picking people, but you know, don't have that large of an abundance of choices. I don't have hundreds of people watching. Even as I see the like little thing that shows viewer count going higher, it's not that high. So I can confidently say not hundreds of people. Specifically not looking, just saying. When you're all Deadlock streams, you're carrying some dude to the rat avatar? That'd be Alto. Yeah, as a friend. So he's also a mod, but he got sidetracked by life, and by life I mean girlfriend, so he's been mostly hanging out with her. Fair. But that's him. I also, okay. The other thing is I tend to, I'm used to playing alone, as I mentioned. So I tend to forget, due to the whole like getting alone thing, when I'm queuing with people. And I do tend to like question my teammates' decisions a lot. because I like thinking about things and like, I guess you could call it critiquing. It doesn't, it's fine when it's like people who can't hear. It's less useful and less okay when it's people who are in the same, you know, Discord call or just able to hear through like stream or something. So yeah, yeah, that's something to keep in mind. I'm self-aware. But yeah, he's pretty solid at the game. He's playing it at the moment, actually. The things I do to stay in good health. Anyway, do you give a 5-2 dude a chance? If I was inclined to give a dude a chance, yeah, probably. I don't usually judge any. Okay, not that I ever really judged. Again, I don't really think about that stuff. So. But I don't see a reason why I wouldn't. Be more on like a personality standpoint that you'd probably have things that I judge on, but 1'2". I mean, love is love, but there's some logistical issues there on a number of fronts. Not like, I mean, yes, like that, but not what I was talking about. It would be a little weird to date somebody who you could carry around in a backpack or a purse. That would be odd, not gonna lie. You'd definitely get some looks. Probably not for me. I can be too worried that I would squish them at some point, just because I'm not looking where I'm walking. Although they're probably less likely to lay in the middle of a dark hallway than my dog is, so maybe it wouldn't be an issue. I swear, dogs. Not only is she the exact color of the floor, but she just picks the most inconvenient spots and then she moves after we've like stepped over her a few times and remembered where she is. Which is great. It's great. I love having to suddenly catch myself on the wall so I don't smash the dog's leg. At least I haven't done it while carrying anything so far, so there's that. A Goomba. Probably not. I tend to prefer a more feminine shape, just technically speaking, generally speaking, so that's about as far from that as you can get. I mean, I guess there are some interesting experience options that could occur there if you were so inclined, but I'm good. I don't know what a barklander is. I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue what a barklander is. Yeah. Happy for you, I think? Probably. I don't think it's a bad thing. There's like a 20% chance that I'm right. Probably. Me when I want to play Deadlock, but I can't play Deadlock because then I won't be able to play Deadlock. Yeah. Unfortunately, my 2 games of the day were tossed into League, getting back into Plat. Which I did at least in 2 games, there's that, but you know. Now I get to sit around, which I'm so good at sitting around. I'm so good. Yeah. I don't get bored easily or anything. No. Danny's World calling your name I also don't know what that is. Yum. You fuck with Minecraft RTX. What does the RTX stand for there? Ray tracing? I don't generally play Minecraft as much as Joker. 06. He's rebranding. So he's back to 06. That's his thing. I take most responsibility for introducing him to that game and then never see him again, but happy for him. I don't really like it though. Back to the, I typically like having some sort of a goal that's more tangible to work towards than cut down a bunch of trees and gather resources and build things. There's just too many options. Eyes glaze over. And yeah. What if I woke up and heard "Welcome to Orbit"? I'd be very confused and concerned about why I was kidnapped and taken into space. Maybe moderately panic. Just a bit. I wouldn't say that I have claustrophobia, but I don't like being places that I can't readily leave if I want to. And space is pretty high up there on the difficult to leave spectrum, so you know. What the hell is that? What the hell is that emoji? What is that supposed to be? YouTube has some odd emotes. Welcome to the family. Oh, good. I somehow landed in Far Cry 5. That's not great. Or Mafia. Like, you know. Mafia. Series, I guess. Female. Yeah. Did I bother making that a... I swear I made a command for that. I might have. I might have also forgotten I meant to. So... That's neither here nor there, but yeah, no. Trans woman. Sometimes less apparent than other times. It's sort of down to how much anxiety at the moment, because then I tend to tense up, which changes things. Because muscles and contracting and whatnot and whatever, and it's technically like all your muscles are connected, so that sort of thing. But other times, not so much. Okay. Relax there, buddy. I know I mentioned ASMR earlier, but that's still not a thing yet, nor the angle or direction that I'm going with that. So... yeah. No judgment. Like, you like what you like, but... I am but a shy, awkward fox girl who happens to talk with way more confidence than she has, like 90% of the time, so... you know. Look like what you're portraying is. It's not as close as this, obviously, but yeah. I've always been rather feminine, so I lucked out. Not as curvy, that's for sure, but as far as otherwise, yeah. I don't know how tall the model would be, though, if you were to, like, measure that, so I might be taller than the model is. That's about it. That and I actually have space for my organs, which is somewhat underappreciated, or considered. Could be better, could be worse. Much like my personality, I exist in a between area. Lucky me. What can I say? I stick to the theme. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ow. Ow. You're... Okay. That's fine. Don't answer that. Too late. There's not a lot that I won't answer. There's definitely things that I won't answer. Probably things that I shouldn't answer. I guess that's for having like a more active mod team would come in. But I generally don't care. Well, okay, no, I care. I definitely get awkward about things, but I don't really have the same sort of shame or embarrassment thing like as most people do on a lot of subjects. So what if I woke up and heard max ammo? Concern. Instant concern. Yeah. Not Project Zomboid. Pod zombies. Yeah, that's... I mean, I'd get to shoot things, so there's that. It could be worse. There's also the imminent threat of death, which is, you know... Yeah, that's a slight downside, but at least I'd be able to shoot things, I guess. I have plenty of frustrations to work through. It could be fun. Assuming it had an end. I know technically Zombies has an end at some point. At least these days, the old ones didn't. But... there's worse experiences you could have. You could wake up at 40k. That would be pretty bad. What if you went to McDonald's and asked for nuggets but got the ray gun? I mean, you could probably sell that for more. So, I mean, I wouldn't be upset. Not the least of which is I wouldn't be able to eat the nuggets if I bought them. But... random question. Respectable, but random question. You have a job or do this as a side hobby? Not at the moment. The obvious goal is to turn it into a career, but that's one part actually creating content and being consistent and putting all the work there. One part luck, and maybe another serving of luck and consistency if you want to put that in its own category. So this is all I do for the moment. There's a long and tragic backstory to that. At least most people find it awkward. But long story short, feel the depression if you have it. Is the short and sweet version of that. Because life keeps moving forwards. Take care of your daughter, Dale? I don't know what game that's referring to. Or show. That could be a show. The only Dale I know is The Walking Dead, so I don't think he has a daughter. I could be wrong, but I don't think he has a daughter. Ignore me progressively trying to relax more so that my voice actually goes to where I'd like it to be. Not important. You heard nothing. Oh, what's up? I'm caught up. Sick. You bastard. Oh god, I have not heard of Rick Grimes in forever. That would not do my voice any favors. Oh. I legitimately... like, I can see him. Specifically, I can see him outside of the prison, like, kneeling in front of Carl, saying Carl's name, but I can't remember what his voice sounds like. You know, that's not up. You just like social activities in general? Good question. I wouldn't say so much social activities. Okay, I don't really like going anywhere these days, granted. I'm not huge on like group gatherings and whatnot. I tend to like existing sort of on the outskirts of a group more so than like being at the center and focus of a group. And I'd definitely say I have a lower social battery than most people. So, like, now and then, I'd be okay with it, but wouldn't be my go-to. I mark that game over. I mean, not really on the subject, but for some reason I heard that like Left 4 Dead 2, you just failed the run music jingle in the background of my head for some reason. That's neither here nor there. But I assume the game would be over if it said game over. I don't really know what to take from that besides. Choicier voice. Do you know the game Choicer or Voicer? Oh, okay. It's a game. I did not. You can like voice over scenes in shows and movies and games and stuff, and then it plays back with your voice. That is a potential for shenanigans. That it does. Okay. Voicer or voicer? I'll probably remember that at some point. But no promises on when. But eventually. Eventually. Same. Is it really antisocial squad? Social anxiety squad? I don't know, take your pick. But yes. Less than I did when I first started. And I still have multiple bones to pick with Gaijin over the state of naval. And air RB. But I do have it downloaded. So yeah, I've played War Thunder, played a bit of War Thunder. I'll probably play more War Thunder in the future. It's another game I want to get is IL to Korea. That looks so fun. I want it. I'm not gonna get it for a while, but I want it. You woke up and heard, "Hello everybody, my name is Markiplier." I don't know what specifically that's referencing other than holy pronunciation. I don't know specifically what that's referencing. So I don't know, but confused would be up there. I'd be very confused. Which was found $1. Nice. But let's see. First and foremost, the Zero. Full stop is my favorite. Other than that, I would have to say probably... This isn't gonna help that I don't remember the exact designation. I think the P-43, the Warhawk, second favorite, and... Or to be the Corsair, I don't know. Ooh. Because I like the Corsair because Black Sheep Squadron, which if you don't know, very, very, very old TV show. But also the P-43 is just a really fun plane in the game. Low tier, yeah, but it's a very fun game. Plane. I think P-43 then the Corsair would be my choices. Second and third. I tend to mostly like the World War II vehicles. That's most of what I enjoy. I mean, I don't hate the F4 Phantom, but it's not my specific type of autism. What if you saw a humanoid appearance, 1.9 meters tall, waiting for a human victim in his very own hallway? When he met him, he may salute in his traditional plague doctor suit? Concern. Very concerned. Much concerned. Also, back away slowly, and if they start walking towards me, run. I feel like that's a pretty understandable reaction, yeah? I'm definitely not continuing down the hallway. Alright, that's... No. No. I know my lot. I don't need to test that any further. I already ran into them. I don't need to actually interact with them, you know? Yeah, no. I'm good. That's fine. I don't need to star in my own horror movie. It's cool. Anyway. Definitely nice aircraft. Used to hate Corsairs because you kept getting killed by them in basically every game. Yeah, they like doing that. ME262? Nice. Forgot about the BF109. Ooh. The E3 comes close, but no, I think I keep the same top three. And the SU-30. I don't remember specifically which one that is. So the Frankfurt's the SU-30-25. The Funker's the SU... No, not SU. FU? I don't remember the designations. I can't. I should just... I know why they don't. But at least F-16, F-18, like I can remember that. It's much simpler. I don't remember which one the SU-30 is. Huh? What if you had a haze in your game and they said you look like, oh, this makes more sense. You look like a barbecue meatball bra. Goose Kate Esther Paul? I would be confused because I understood like the first half of them. You lost me after. Yeah, no, you lost me after that. There's a shit ton of SU-30s. Not like the United States is much better in their naming scheme, but yeah. Well, I feel better then. Because if you don't know, then like, how am I supposed to know? Like, I'm just saying. I'm absolved. I'm still probably gonna look that up later. But you know, for now, not important, I guess. Okay, but more importantly, favorite ship. Favorite ship. Do I find deathly physically attractive? I mean, he's not bad looking, but I mean, again, I trend more towards female shape of preference. So, not really my cup of tea. As to donating, you can't not monetized. So until then, not a lot I can do about it. Well, okay, I can make content, which is something that I should be doing more of, and I'm doing more of, but still not as much as I'd like. Is there? Yes. Yes. Yes, there is definitely a line between VTubers that are normal and straight up weird. I don't even think that's a question. That's just a reality. Like, I know most people, when VTubing, tend to become a bit less inhibited, you could say. And then there's Bao. And then there's Bao. Arguably Krelly, but I still think Bao takes the cake as more weird. And I don't cross stream on Twitch because I can't. We're back around to PC issue. I don't really have a readily easy way to try that. And the last time I tried, I think it was on when I was still streaming on Twitch, I tried using the feature which like splits it into different, not even like a different stream, just different resolutions, I think it was. And my PC did not like that. It did not like that at all. Oh. I'd like to, but I can't at the moment, unfortunately. Most I've seen are yeah. Again, we're back to the whole like inhibition thing. Tough question. I am neither completely degenerate nor say so. I specifically try not to swear as much, because otherwise I would probably do it a lot, which is a bad habit. But I try to view swearing as more of like verbal spice for a sentence. And also, I pride myself on coming up with other ways to say it that are maybe a little more intellectual. I have more success with that sometimes than others, but only Loki. I don't have shame, okay? My brain thinks of scenarios, which includes basically every response you could have to something. So, yes, that's what she said, is a very low-key and funny response. Just admit it, okay? It's not even super perverse. It's technically you taking it that way, okay? You're interpreting it in that manner. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But you know, I have not a lot of shame, but if we're gonna say like corporate wise, join something like Hololive, I'd probably, well, no, they have Shuri. Maybe I'd be fine. I think I'd be fine. But you know, nowhere near Krelly Bao levels, but not on like the top of angelic being either. Would you rather fight what the Virtue Viltrumite Markiplier or Kryptonian Andrew Chicken? What? That's I don't know. I'd assume the Viltrumite is at least comparable to a Kryptonian, and I have no chance against a Kryptonian, so maybe Markiplier just because it's Markiplier? Probably make some sort of content out of that. I want to watch you actually dream about you. Sure. I mean, your thoughts are your thoughts. The only thing that gets moderated are what you do in chat. Or in the description of videos, or if you join the Discord in the Discord. Otherwise, what you think about is what you think about, you know. Essentially, don't be a creep, but like, I mean, if you like people, you like people. I'm not gonna judge for that. TikTok, your channel seems to have a pretty low view count on average. Why do I think that is? Oh boy! We've reached our, like, bi-streamly talk about content creation section. Took longer than usual, but we're here. It's for Heckenball. Oh! Yeah, I'm so screwed, but yeah, that still said the same thing. One, I don't make enough video content, and I didn't do enough of that when I first started. And streaming has reached a point where you can't just stream outright and get attention. You have to stream consistently enough, first off, which I had a period there I was doing like once a week on average because I burnt out. And there's been two large breaks, one because mental health, the other because my PC died. So I physically couldn't stream. So that ate up a non-significant number of months. So that's part of it. The other part is I haven't really had consistent content that I've done in terms of the subject of the content. I've kind of bounced all over. I mean, you could scroll through the channel. I've played War Thunder. I've played very little Valorant because I figured out very quickly. Well, the game was not in a great spot, but also too easily overwhelmed, so I don't really like streaming it. League of Legends, which is somewhat similar, but like it'll probably pop up every now and then, maybe? I don't know. Done Deadlock more recently. I did a bunch of other games, like I have a few Noita streams. I forget how far I got into the Dishonored 2 playthrough, but that's on there. I played some Super Hot. There is, as much as I do variety, there is such thing as too much variety, especially when you're getting started on a channel, because the algorithm doesn't know what to do with it. So it looks for consistency, and also, you know, you need to make entertaining content, which most of the videos that I've made, which aren't on this channel, this was technically my VOD channel from when I streamed on Twitch, but then I started streaming on YouTube because I can have better quality videos as far as the resolution and whatnot. And so I'm working on some more videos for it, but they were more of like the idea of what I thought I should do than what I wanted and had fun actually doing. Oh. That's part of it too. But it mostly comes down to consistency and making enough content consistently. Does your VTuber model have other clothing? It does, which is part of why I chose this one. Still pre-made, but... And is this your OC? Define... Yes, technically. I don't have a lot of lore. I have some, but I've never like formally made a video about it or anything. The low-key gist is Fox Spirit born between worlds, just starting to interact with everyone else, which is mostly because I needed something for ASMR, but it's still true. It fits me thematically, so. It's half true, probably some things well, but for VTuber, I'm not exactly sure. Streaming has lost its value since there's thousands of, if not millions. Yeah. Okay, so if you kept up slightly with the whole streamer you thing, on Twitch alone, in the month of June or July, it was like 6.4 million people went live. Now, not all of those are VTubers, okay? But that's a single month on a single platform. I will make the argument many times, and I have many times, that technically speaking, content creation is more viable as a career path than it has ever been. But in much the same way, it requires more work to get it to that point, because it is very much a job. Like, it's not been low effort at really any point. Editing videos takes time, recording them takes time, coming up with ideas. That's without even getting to like doing collabs and stuff, or doing on-site recordings if you do that sort of thing. Travel time. But it's sort of replaced TV as TV. So there's more opportunity, and as long as you like don't try and do a super tiny niche, which is very niche, you can reach enough success that I think the average salary in the US is like $36,000 a year. So if you have a choice between doing content creation for that money or working at McDonald's or retail for that money, then, you know, do what you enjoy doing more. My life would be easier if I could work at McDonald's, but dealing with the sort of people you have to in customer service would very quickly see me not having a job. I don't have the most patience for them. Also, social anxiety, also trans, and again, objectively not bad looking, but still, brain will do brain things, so issues there. And then voice. So yeah. Ow, my hair. Why? Again, I'd say I wish I had got more Asian hair, except I'm pretty sure I did get my grandmother's hair, and she's literally full Thai. So, it's not an argument that stands. Annoyingly frizzy. And gets lots of knots. I should also probably take better care of it than I do. That's neither here nor there. It's entirely here and there, but that, you know, moving on. Bryant. Huh? I don't... Kobe Bryant? Is he dead? Pretty sure he's dead. So, I'm guessing not. But... I mean, it's not Life of Brian, so I'm kind of lost on that. I don't really know what you're talking about. Good movie, by the way. Life of Brian, 100% recommend. Same people who did Monty Python and the Holy Grail, right? Yeah, it is. Pretty sure. If you have a real job, it becomes extremely hard to do content. Yep. For better or worse, I don't. So I have plenty of time to do it. You channel your own? Nice. As far as I know, you need dedicated schedule every day to keep the consistency. Somewhat true. You need consistency more so than you need like every day. You don't need to put up a video every day. You shouldn't stream every day. You shouldn't put up a video every day. That's not Like, if you want to, that's one thing, but especially if you're making like 20 to 30 minute long videos, depending on the level of editing, even once every 2 days is maybe a bit much to ask if you're doing all the recording and the editing. Like, for instance, War Thunder, Spookston does Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for his releases. I'm pretty sure he has an editor. I'm like 90% sure. And he has said multiple times he doesn't play War Thunder outside of getting recordings because it's War Thunder. But he doesn't upload every day. It's just he has the same style of video, the same level of quality, the same 3 days a week. I mean, think about it from this way. There's TV series that have like 1 episode a week that come out, and they're huge. Game of Thrones, for instance. Weekly episode. And yet people literally wait around and plan out their days around watching said episode. So it really depends on what you're doing, and that is more of what determines it. But even then, especially if you have a job, every day isn't realistic or needed. That's something that I have had to figure out multiple times despite knowing it because I convinced myself otherwise. When I first started, I streamed 3 days a week, for instance. And then I tried to do a video a week and then multiple videos a week and burned out. On top of having PC issues, which definitely did not help in the slightest. But you gotta know where your limits are and then figure out how to work within those to accomplish what you want to do. There's obviously a hard limit. There's only so many hours in the day. There's only so much you can spend recording. There's only so much you can spend editing. But yeah, it's a very complex and yet simple topic that has a lot of asterisks as to what matters for what. As to whether I find Bryant, the name, attractive, I don't think I've ever really thought of a name as being attractive. So, I don't hate it, but I don't know, it's a name. That's all I got on that subject. A friend of mine who does content in the same game that you do. He does everything the same. Upload every day, gets 1 to 7 views. I get 100 plus on just one. Upload once a month. Yup. Sometimes too much is... well, okay. There is such thing as too much. There we go, that's better for free. It's the same sort of ideas behind why fast food chains like McDonald's will have a seasonal menu, right? If you got the McRib and it was there every day, 365, it wouldn't matter. It'd be just another menu item. And I've never actually had one, but I wouldn't say that McDonald's is the height of culinary excellence, so it probably wouldn't be something you'd choose over a better packaged and more rare option. The human brain is weird things. It sees if you can get it anytime, any place, whenever you want, then either you like it and you're a diehard fan and you will do it every day, you'll get the same food every day, whatever. Or it's just more common. Scarcity equals in the brain, it's more valuable. And if it's also higher quality, or just has different qualities that they like more, then that's going to perform better. They're going to be more invested because it's like, yes, kids will watch like SpongeBob every single day, right? Kids have a lot of time on their hands. Most adults, or even teenagers for that matter, don't. So they get a little more picky with what they watch because they have limited time. So something that respects their time and is also less there's a word. There's like a much cooler sounding word than this, but whatever. Plentiful. There we go. If it's less plentiful, then they're probably going to gravitate towards that. There's a little bit of a crossover between something already having a lot of views on YouTube and then all the other categories, because people will go for the higher view count video over the lower view count video. So it's kind of snowballing, but like there's also enough people watching these days that if you make solid content that isn't just a clone of somebody else, or you've got something special, then you'll manage to survive and succeed. Hello, Charles. Welcome. Told you there's a limit to everything. It's very good advice. This advice I wish I had gotten. I had to figure that one out. But yeah, there's a limit to everything, artificial or just physically by force, right? Like there's only so much materials you can get to, or that's not what I wanted to say. There's only so much like oil or precious gems, and that's why those are worth so much. If you could find them on the sidewalk, like they're pretty, but like people are literally going to go for things that are less common because they're less common. They want bragging rights. For that sort of thing. That doesn't... It still sort of technically applies to like YouTube videos and whatnot, but that's more of like a scarcity thing in a different manner. So yeah. Less is more is another way of saying it. You like oil, you'd invade. You fit right in America. How many times has that happened? Once? I think just, well, no, twice. It's happened twice. Technically, if you include, like, not actually troops on the ground, but bombing them, at least 3 times. So. Certainly a track record. Yeah. Yep. That is a track record that America holds. Anyway. Yeah. Lovely oh no. There's a saying on prices, they shoot up like a rocket and they come down like a feather. So it's gonna be a while till those return to normal. Unfortunately. The first VTuber spent more than 2 minutes on? Let's go. Extremely weird and gay in our society, which I don't blame. Old lexicon, but yeah, I take your meaning. It's like 3 years ago, VTubing was the new thing that was shiny, and then it became the thing that like people don't want to admit watching because a lot of VTubers are VTubers. Is maybe the best way of putting that. VTubers have a reputation because there's a lot, and then also because a lot of the successful ones are Bao, Krelly, Shibidoki, There's someone else. Less so Numi, but like she's not abashed about what she likes at least. Then there are more normal ones, and most of those tend to be in the corpse, like Hololive, Niji Sanji, and whatever. So they already have a viewer base. But I mean, there's plenty. But there is a lot of new VTubers who see the successful ones, like I named, and then they think that that's how you become successful, which is kind of tragic because, again, content creation. Doing what you do best is how you're going to see the most success. So if you're not that type of person, or even if you are the type of person, there's already people doing it that have been doing it longer, maybe better, but even if they've just been doing it longer, they already have an audience. They have a leg up. It's going to be really hard to beat them at their own game, as it were. So they just kind of go nowhere. It's hard enough to go somewhere. So yeah. We invade Russia. Well, the nukes. The nukes is part of it. It's a big part of it. Also China, who also has nukes. Taiwan. Stuff like that. Geopolitical situation. Very complicated. Very stressful. Not my favorite topic. Ever liked watching streams in general? Same, bestie. Ah. I like doing. So I like streaming. I don't really like watching streams though, which might sound kind of weird, but it's just true. The most successful YouTubers have a bit of easy in them. Million controversies in VTubing community. Yep. Yeah. Yes, there is. Oh boy. Where's Fillion? Who knows? Who knows? I did watch her for a while, but now that she had the whole thing with the like very off-paced trans jokes, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Check out a few more VTuber channels to see whether you're a chill one or most chill these days. I think I read that incorrectly. A few more VTuber channels to see whether you're a chill one or most are chill these days. Okay, that makes sense. I wish you the best of luck. And thank you. I wish you safe travels and hopefully not too much scarring. I think you'll have some luck. Hopefully. Maybe. What is Johan? Auf Wiedersehen, Johan. I realized as I said that yeah, Johan is generally German, although it could be Austrian. Maybe Polish? Less so Polish, but maybe Austrian. Not important. I tend to say Auf Wiedersehen anyway because I like the meaning. So, it changes nothing. But where was I? Yapping. I was yapping. Liebert? I feel like Liebert's more... That sounds more French-coded to me, honestly. That could be because I know more French than I know German. But... I guess it'd be spelled differently if it was French. You might have a point. You might have a point. Yeah. Oh well. Maybe we can ask in the future. Doesn't really matter? Yes? I'm curious, because I'm a curious fox. But yeah. Deaf Germany are just crazy? I don't see how me being crazy is relevant, but okay. I feel like that's not discounting anything. Austrian is basically German. Oh! I was reading chat, YouTube. I was reading chat, okay? Like, I'm not making a political statement. I'm not. I mean, yes, most of the vehicles I like in World War II are German, but that is neither here nor there. I would like to point out that I am, at the very least, right there. Oh, wait, they're allied with Japan. But not Thailand. So I'm a quarter Thai. I'm just saying. Also, African and trans and omni-joel, kind of female leaning, but yeah. I don't actually remember. There's some weirder one. Whatever. We're gonna make an Austrian paint show. You know, it's usually the failed ones you gotta watch out for, so if they're still painting professionally, it's probably fine. Otherwise, there could be a problem. Never going to search for any YouTubers with you again. Oh no. I'm so sorry for the loss of your innocence. I had a feeling that was gonna happen because again, that is the majority. Heavenly isn't bad. Heavenly Father. Although he's very chill. He's very unabashed as well. I mean, he's Russian Badger's friend, so if you've ever watched Russian Badger, you can kind of get the humor there. But he's pretty chill. Heavenly can death be bad? Yeah. He's an acquired taste. Oh boy. What other chill and relaxing features are there? Oh no, I had one. Oh, I forgot his name, but he does mostly like long form content. Oh no. I found him doing a Frostpunk stream. The first one, and Jacobus looks like I wanted every viewer turned on, and the second one, same situation, but with sound. Now, admittedly, I would probably do slightly more if I could change that. But I'm not a huge... Okay. I have a very consistent, unintentional theme that just sort of is true of moderation. So I tend to lie somewhere in between the extremes. This applies to a lot of things. I don't know. Again, I do think there's such thing as too much. And that definitely qualifies. It's too much. Oh boy. Not that breasts don't have movement to them. They do. But it's not... You know, you shouldn't probably take your cues from video games of a potentially hentai nature. Just saying. Just saying. Okay, they're not liquid. They're still fat. They're a solid-esque. There's a word. Composition? Sure, close enough. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, moderation came up again. You'll hear that. You'll hear content creation. You'll hear me talk about random things. Or even close to that, honestly, for that matter. Just throwing it out there, by chance French? That was my guess. American is the next one after that because melting pot. Or you just like the name, which is totally valid. Based? I mean based. Also valid. Mexico. This was in Mexican? Maldives. That's unique. I'm trying to remember where the hell Maldives is. Believe it or not, I haven't looked up the Maldives. How do you phrase that? I don't actually know. Ever. It's never come up. I know. Probably strange. I was gonna do two things. Right, I was gonna look up my Twitch to try and find... Oh my god, fine. I will do this way. See if I can find this guy. I don't think I'll find him on YouTube. Frederick Knudsen. Yes.
You know why you've put off your best smile. The time.
I don't know when he was last live. A year ago.
That's why Aspen Dental is changing how dentistry is done.
He does have a YouTube though.
And on-site labs that get you
So I'll drop both of those.
Now's your time to experience the Aspen Dental difference. New patients without insurance get an exam and x-rays for just
And he's
$29.
pretty chill. Contender. I don't know if he's still making content.
To smile again.
He's kind of old hat at content, but that's the most chill that I've seen. So it's the best I can do. I don't watch a lot of streams. A Maldivian? You know, the paradise on earth. Slightly sheltered the word got in? It hasn't really come up as a conversation topic, so I haven't looked it up. I have heard of the Maldives, but I've never really looked. Why did that translate to be? I don't know if that was intentional or not. YouTube is very weird with its translation. Can't actually tell if we're sneaking enough because you haven't seen anything change. That's either good or a like boiling water frog pot situation, which is less good. Very much less good. To be or not to be. You have some choice with a few things. Otherwise, you just kind of are things that you are. Like, I'm a VTuber. I could choose not to be a VTuber, but realistically I wouldn't because I like doing it. I like having the model. Nice. I mean, I don't really watch anime, but I will say that in games, I kind of prefer a more animated-esque style than perfect hyper-realism. Especially because it's usually more intensive on the system and also harder to pull off. Oh, it's below India. Gotcha. In the Arabian Sea? Yeah. Close enough. Or the Lakadive Sea? Lakadive? Lakadive? It's probably Dave. I never learned Hindu? I think it's Hindu. Hindi? The language that they speak in India. And presumably Sri Lanka and the Maldives. To wake up in 4 hours? I don't need a cat model. Thank you. I'm quite happy with Pop. Okay. I'm quite happy. Random fact, I did find out that by meowing, I can more easily modulate my voice to where I want it to be in terms of how I sound. I'm aware you're never going to let that go now, but random fact, okay? So there you go. Happy? That's the closest you're getting. I'm not a cat. I'm not. I won't be. I'm not doing a reverse Fillion. No, wait, that's just what Fillion did. She was like, technically had a fox model, and she's like, says she's a cat. Anyway, I'm not following in her footsteps. Ivy? 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 There's a lot of ways I could pronounce that. Ivy? I don't know. I know some Thai, which is kind of where I tend to fall back on for pronunciation, but I feel like that's far enough away that I don't know. Also, I don't actually know any Thai words that would be close to that. Sapalo? Dirty pineapple, in case you were wondering. I forget which one's which. Sapalot, I think, is pineapple? I'm not 100% sure on that. But it's more distinct. Okay. Cats are the greatest. We are... Again, cats are cool. They're fine. They're not the greatest. They're just not. Okay? You have your preferences. I have my preferences. I'm just saying. That's it. Because foxes aren't objectively inferior. I can't say they're objectively superior. It's subjective, but I find them cooler. That's what it is. Foxes, I just find foxes cooler. Okay? Yep. So what do you mean you have to wake up in 4 hours for work? Why are you awake? Not that I don't like chatting with you, but, you know, being awake for work sounds important. Well rested. Well rested for work sounds important. Oh, hey, you're 12 hours ahead. Exactly. Good to know. The, like, late part of my stream is 9 a.m. Maldives time. Because it's 9 p.m. here on the West Coast. Begging your finest pardon. What do you mean you got stung and bitten by a bee on your back? How? Also, that sucks, but how? Like, of all the places to get stung, I feel like that's statistically the least likely. That would be exactly how it would happen, though, if it were to happen. Oh. Oh. My condolences. That's not great. It started... Vindictive little shits, aren't they? Yeah, I don't love bees. I've had a number of negative experiences with them. Twice involving swarms of bees, which is weird that it happened twice, but well, there you go. Didn't get stung either of those times, though, funnily enough. Which is convenient, because one was in middle school, and we were like literally in the middle of the field, probably like 500 feet from the school, and it just appeared over our heads. Moderately terrifying. And what was the second one? I don't remember the other one. I have had it be randomly. Okay, so we were at a summer camp. My school did this every once in a while. Well, every summer. And sitting in a circle with, was this Boy Scouts? I think it was Scouts. It was in Scouts. With some of the like leaders from the camp and from a troop. And just randomly, out of nowhere, B decides to come land in between my middle and pointer finger on my left hand and just sting me, and then fly away. For no reason. Now, because I'm extremely skilled and just, you know, generally incredible, I immediately, because if you don't know, you're not supposed to try and pick it out of your skin. You're supposed to get like some sort of thin flat surface and scrape it so that the poison sac comes, well, the barb comes out and you don't just take the poison sac off, which would not be great. It's barbed, not going to come out on its own. I, of course, managed to do that with just my fingers and swiping at it because I'm just that skilled. And thankfully not allergic to bees. But they're little shits. And yeah, they're necessary, but I don't love them. Also, sorry that happened to you. Well, that sucks that happened to you. I don't like saying sorry. It's like, I didn't do it. It feels weird, but I want to commiserate. This could be me being autistic. Just haven't been stung with a oof. Don't usually sting. They must, like, think they smell good? I don't... You deserve bad thing if you think that every single one has either exaggerated facial features or the other, which means you think you would allow them since you look normal. Personal taste, but yeah. Most people tend to Discord go rather wild. What are y'all doing now? It's just baseline. Truly, it is funny that that comes through on my phone while I have stream remote on, but whatever. The fox, cray. Again, neither here nor there. Okay. Also rude. Who wants to be normal, is all I'm saying. But I'm a well-adjusted weird, I guess you could say. Normal weird? Weirdly normal? I'm gonna have to workshop that. Ow. I also need to stop playing with my hair, because I keep pulling it out. Which, as you might imagine, does not feel great. No. No, it does not. Being normal is uninteresting. That's why I have fox ears. Yeah. And I'm not saying I would be liable to create a furry model or anything. Again, moderation. But I do like Jax, although Jax definitely falls on the side of weird. She's less sexual, but she is... Is she? She makes jokes. If you've ever seen Bricky, she has his type of humor. You're just well adjusted to society, which is funny because I don't interact with society all that much. But you're a furry, though. Maybe. Oh, we're just hedging bets here. Probably. Technically. On the scale as if I could choose getting a body that had no fox ears or fox ears and a foxtail, I'd probably go with that. I don't know. Regular human is just boring. Also rather transhumanist. I don't know, human form is boring. In an area where normal is the last thing you'd expect, seeing someone normal is like finding a needle in a haystack. That too. Joker, soon to be 06, is probably at work and just about getting home. Baseline was here. He's gonna be playing Deadlock now, I can see, because Alto doesn't come on Deadlock. Which I'm avoiding, but what's my battery on? 30%. Not bad, not bad. Bay is probably playing Deadlock. He just got home again. Plenty of normal small VTubers. Big and normal VTubers are rare. Normal big VTubers are rare. I don't think I'm gonna change that. But I think you're gonna see the opposite of trickle down, right? I think it's gonna trickle up. There'll be more and more just people who use VTubing as a medium and less following in the footsteps of people like Bao, Frelly, and oh, Kumi. Who could forget Kumi? I forgot Kumi multiple times, so there you go, me. I could forget Kumi. Don't watch VTubers because you never did. A lot of people. There's a lot of people who are like that. It has a stigma to it in the same way that anime does. No one would believe you if you said you watched a VTuber stream. Yeah. It's again, it's the same trend. Like I said earlier, you had streaming becoming new, and it's like, oh, you watch streamers? What's a stream? And now it's normal, and it's one of the most sought after jobs in the youngest generation, or like Gen Z, rather. Which I'm not, but not super far off, but I'm not that close either. Anyway. What was I talking about? I'm out of water. I need to drink the normal water now. Boring. Anyway, now it's kind of doing the same thing with VTubers. Because, like, streaming, there's a lot of normal streamers and content creators, and then they got... well, they become what you would expect from a streamer or content creator. And then they balanced out again. It's the whole pendulum thing again. One side, then back, and then not quite as far back to the other side, and then back to the other side, and then back again to that side. And then it reaches the middle eventually. Until someone swings it to one side wildly and you start over again. I also don't know... oh, Ronald Reagan. Duh. Yeah. Great role model. Yeah. Anyway. Do I do art? I kind of... I said earlier, I said multiple times, this is like every stream topic. I want to get into 3D animation. And also making like landscapes and terrain and whatnot in Unreal 5. But that's a future project. I made the background that you see a year ago? Maybe a little over a year ago, something like that. So, I don't do anything fancy, but I have some artisticness and autisticness, but that's neither here nor there. The center of attention. Typical cat enjoyer. I mean, I swear. It's okay, it's expected. I can draw stick figures. You know, I can't draw people. That I can't do. I did a really, really, really well-detailed rattlesnake once. That is it. That is it. I'm limited to legless, as in no-legged creatures. It's just how it is. Get a load of this, fox. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? No. You got something to say, buddy? I like to draw backgrounds, but there's no perspective, and generally suck, so I stick to not draw. Now, there's an argument for needing to do it to get good at it. Okay. I know people like to put art up on a pedestal as like, oh my god, you're an artist? You can draw? It's a skill. Okay? It's a skill. You can train it like any other skill. Like, you can learn what something looks like if you want to draw it. And then you can do it. If you do it enough, you'll remember it, and you'll get better at it. That's just how it works. That said, I don't draw people. Because I don't need to draw people. That's never come up. I prefer landscapes anyway. Although I haven't really drawn a lot. I got a tablet, and I haven't used it because it lags. I still use Clip Studio to make some backgrounds sometimes. But I should probably dust that off because I need to make another background. I keep saying that, which means like at least a couple more times I'll say it before I actually do it. But I haven't done it yet. Even if it's dragon or whatever, it gets more attention than absolutely everything else. What can I say? Sex sells. It is what it is. Yep. I mean, hey, fair enough. If they feel comfortable doing it, and they want to do it, and they enjoy doing it, no, go for it. I don't, though. I respect the hell out of Project Melody, but that's not something that I'm going to be doing. It's just not. Take your word for it. Limited experiences, not great. What kind of art do I do? Oh. Foxjet Melody? What? You enjoy already. Last time we had Vexing Gooner ASMR, which is not going to be a thing. No. But also chat that thing. I don't want to call Baseline Chat Daddy. I have to talk to him outside of stream. You do still lifes. I know that's a category. I think I know what the category is. I couldn't describe it if I wanted to. Dragons, sharks, and sharks, occasionally warships. Yes. That reminds me, I didn't get an answer. Favorite ship? We could specify down to warships. But, I mean, I don't judge. Not that I'm moderately obsessed with ships, and randomly ended up with a piece of the Titanic's lifeboat because my mom had a friend who some reason has a bunch of them. But I have one now, I guess, so there's that. You lose so many points for misspelling them. Yes, you Johan. I mean, welcome to answer 2, Charles, but like, do you even play War Thunder? I don't know. I know you said you like World War II, but I don't know if you played War Thunder. As soon as it left port, it was also cool. That sounds very familiar. I'm not gonna ever think of the name. Yum. I've not touched War Thunder. Bless your innocent soul. Anyway. Now, I'm not gonna say don't touch it if it's something you're interested in. But it is very draining. It's very, very draining. Kind of like League of Legends. Why do I play both of them? I don't know. Yamato. Because I was about to look up Yamago's, like, I've never heard of the Yamago class battleship. I'm gonna learn something. Water. Learn something new. No. Yamato, okay. Slightly mainstream as far as that goes, but very respectable. I do like the Yamato. I'm like, I get it, but I kind of really wish they hadn't both been sunk. I really, really wish they hadn't both been sunk so that we could see them today. And the Congo, which is my favorite if you're wondering. Both sunk, never to be seen again. Like, I get it from a combat was fighting a war standpoint. From like a historical history standpoint, it would have been really cool if you could go visit them like you can the Iowa, or the New Jersey, or Midway, or the Hornet, and that sort of thing. Because I've been to the aircraft carriers, not any of the battleships, but another record. The elegancy of it, straight lines, and the camo. Bismarck's cool. And she's one of the only big, if you will, battleships to actually get a kill on record. Because she got the hood. Oh god. Oh, what have I done? I should have known. I should have known. This is inevitable. But yeah. She didn't have the radar. I mean, part of her issue is that her radar was really finicky now. So that was part of her downfall, I feel like. Or just she had to like constantly get her radar readjusted because the guns firing knocked it out of alignment, which is a very German flaw to have. Otherwise perfect, except for one finicky detail, which is really, really important and very detrimental to its design. And the Yamato's like the pinnacle of old style battleship, I'd say. She's really big. Her guns are really big. She had a really, really elegantly manufactured shell, which, if you didn't know, was designed as such that if it went, like, had a near miss and ended up underneath the ship, it was meant to blow up and would therefore still break the back of the ship or the spine because her rounds were that big, which was really inventive. But she didn't have radar, she didn't have enough AA guns, and she's a gigantic target. Citadel. And ship terminology escapes me, but essentially it's supposed to like break the ship in half or do damage from beneath because its explosion was so big. You get the idea. A bit iffy on the terminology. But yeah, I don't think it would take out their citadel from maybe for a destroyer or a light cruiser or something, but this is gonna sound ironic coming from me, but you know, so we don't be super antagonistic. But I'll let you guys hash that out. Anyway, Japanese had a lot of cool ships. Yes, they have all of my favorite ships actually. But yeah. Meant to be close range battleship, hunt down to fight off British BBs. It wasn't a super battleship. Technically. She gets shoveled in there. But technically, you're right. She wasn't a super battleship. She was large. But galaxy-sized space? Wasn't it a weight thing? A balance issue? I really need to brush up on my Congo lore, but we're back to the theme. She's maneuverable, solid gun as far as caliber, and her armor is kind of not really anything to write home about, but it exists. It exists. So, yeah. I can't remember if the Amagi ever actually got created. I don't think they did. Otherwise, that might have been my favorite. Because like an up-armored Congo. But, yeah, I don't know why there's the galaxy-sized space between the two. Is there? I feel like there... I feel like I'm misremembering now. No, not the country. That's the modern destroyer. That... Okay. Fine. The age-old BB Congo. There we go. Okay, no, it does. Yeah. Has it been that long since I looked at a Congo? It has. I also don't usually look at her rear. There's a bit of space compared to the other... Yeah, I don't... The only thing that I can think of is... I mean, I guess... One sec. I can do this slightly more elegantly. I know, I like never move. It's... I don't know if it's like a thing that I should do more, or if it doesn't matter, but anyway. That's not what I wanted. Open link. Nope, that's the wrong one. Open image in new tab. Let's go. Okay. I can't zoom in. Whatever. Yes. Conga. My beloved. Don't love her secondary gun placement, but it is what it is. Yeah. She's an older battleship, battle cruiser. Good luck. You're gonna piss off somebody no matter which one you choose. I say battleship. I don't know why she has this. I don't know. I think... Because, like, maybe they just wanted to have a seaplane slot, which is why that's what's sitting there. It could have been just a doctrine decision. They wanted to have a seaplane on the Congo that she could launch herself. That's where they put it. It could be that just balancing wise, she's very front heavy. You might have noticed. So if they put the turret here, she'd technically maybe be, what's the term for that? There's specific terms for like having too much weight to the left or right, front or back. Okay. Bow, stern, port side or starboard side. Sorry. Which I really wish Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts was a better optimized game so I could do stuff with it, but I can't, and it has like no content. So, 10 o'clock. It could be that, and it could have... I couldn't tell you which one came first. Maybe the turret had to go here for balance reasons, and like, well, I guess we'll just fit this here, or they wanted this here, so they moved the turret back. Don't know. But it's... doesn't change a lot, I guess, in terms of gunnery arcs, but it's a little silly. It's a little silly. I still love her, though. I still love her. Yep. My precious. My precious, precious Congo. Before you ask, no, I have not seen Kankali. Even though I do read some Kankali stories, the anime itself is... it's a very stereotypical Japanese anime. Is, I think, the nicest way I can put that. Yep. So, not something I could get myself to watch. The Nimitz class aircraft carrier, very large. That's about all I know about. I don't really know modern ships. I don't have a ton of interest in modern weaponry like that. I kind of like the guns, but I still like the M1 Garand and the STG-44 and that sort of thing more. I just think they're cooler. Okay, so I'm wrong for saying that there's actually a seaplane occupying that place. If you're saying there's a seaplane there, no, you're right. Like, there isn't one in the image, but, I mean, it has one there for scale, and then, like, top left, middle left? Or whatever. Not important. But yeah. I don't know if any game has that model. War Thunder probably would, but I don't have the Congo and War Thunder yet, because War Thunder ran. Okay, Naval and War Thunder sucks. A lot. The M4's Freedom, though. The M4 is kind of overrated, but anyway. War Thunder Naval Battles is a sad and pathetic attempt to just cross-transplant the same idea as ground forces onto playing with ships, and it doesn't work at all. You start at a maximum of 9 kilometers range, which, continuing right later, good luck with the sleep, Charlie, and hope your back feels better. Happy to see. But yes, if you've ever been a heavy cruiser who was within 9 kilometers, and keeping in mind that they're sailing at you, so they're going to get close, go to sleep. Going to get closer faster than not. They rapidly close range, and 5-inch guns shoot a lot faster than, I don't know, 8-inch guns. Yeah, if they sail in a straight line, you could technically citadel them. You're more likely to overpen. But it's just like, it's death by a thousand paper cuts, and there's nothing you can do about it. And then I hear it's worse when you get into battleships because, like, you get at Iowa and Yamato, and you're literally in range to immediately go through each other's armor because you're so freaking close. So it's just whoever shoots first. And so the mode has no players, and since the mode has no players, they don't get enough complaints, and because they don't get enough complaints, they don't change anything. They did add Nuclear Thunder. Maybe that's a sign they're starting to remember other game modes besides Ground Forces exist, because they pissed off all the Ground Forces players, granted, but I'll take it. In spirit of it, good night because you're going to sleep, but technically, yes, it would be good morning for you because it's early morning. But yeah, it's just... I need them to remake Battle Station Specific. That's what I need. Or Midway. I forget which one was the really good one. I played both. I think Pacific. I think Midway was more well-known, but they're both... I think... No, was Pacific the one that had the multiplayer? I think it was Pacific. I'm gonna trust my gut. It was really, really good. I mean, you could control submarines, you could control ships, you captured islands. It was... Oh, you had aircraft and bases. It was great. So good. But now you have to do like all sort of janky shit in order to play the game. And by janky, I mean you have to install programs that are out of date and make... They open your PC up to security issues, which... No. I kind of... And my PC has enough problems. I don't need viruses on top of that. Thank you. So I don't get to play that. I need them to remake it. I mean, I'd take them literally just remaking it in like Unreal 5 or something, but keeping the gameplay elements the same and not changing any of that. I'd prefer if they modernized it a little bit, but you know, if I had to choose between them messing it up and changing it completely, or just getting a slightly dated but still really good experience, I'll take the really good experience, thank you. Gave up on trying older games for the same reason. Yep. Yum. Sag. C'est la vie. Hey, at least they updated Star Wars... World at War. So you can still play that. Not that I do, but you could. You could, without jumping through a lot of hoops. Another game I want them to make a sequel for. What game did I see recently that kind of sort of fulfilled it? I mean, there's a Carrier Command one, which was like sort of close. But most naval games that touch on that tend to be really, really simulatory. Like Rule the Waves, which is... Jeez, okay. Rule the Waves could have been really, really big, but the dev decided to DRM it. Which means if they ever just stop supporting it, you literally can't play the game. There's such thing as being too paranoid, okay? If people want to pirate your game, they're gonna pirate your game. They wouldn't have paid for it in the first place. You're not losing sales. Just don't piss off the fans you would otherwise have. Yeah? Anyway, what do I think about World of Warships? I think I'd play it more if it didn't keep sticking me in battles with bots. Because I have no interest in beating subpar AI. It's not fun. I like testing wits against people. I don't like beating something that doesn't even care if it wins or loses. I take no satisfaction in that. So that's about where I stand on World of Warships. That and the grind is... We've been over this. I like having goals. Tangible goals that I can reach, and then having goals after that goal to then chase after. World of Warships grind is you grind out the ship, you grind out the different components, and then there's large gaps in between. And my brain doesn't love that. Otherwise, I prefer the damage model of War Thunder. But I do at least have the Congo in World of Warships, so there's that. Right, WoW's B? I don't know what that is. What is WoW's B? With a capital P, oddly enough. I don't know what that's in for. Mobile version. Okay, no, I've not played the mobile version. Is there a tangible difference? Because you'd think it would just be like worse graphically. But oh, Blitz. Of course. That should have been obvious. Because they have World of Tanks Blitz and they have World of Warships Blitz. That makes sense. No, I have not. I don't see a reason to play the mobile version when I have the desktop version that I could play. I sort of assumed that it was just similar but worse graphics, so all aspects, but the grind is somewhat faster. Probably not worth. Good to know. But probably not worth. I technically already had to like start over again because I couldn't carry over my like account from the standalone version to the, or did I? Did I eventually? I don't remember. It's been a while since I played World of Warships. I've streamed that a couple of times. I think that's the game still where I've got the highest view count, mostly because of drops on Twitch, but we did get up to like 21 people one time. Very specifically one time, but it did happen. So for whatever the heck that's worth. Exact opposite situation. You have tier 10 ships and Blitz and Legends version, so you don't see a point of playing World of Warships. Yeah. I don't know why they don't have the ability to carry over the save, if you will. I feel like they would do better if you could play both, because then more people who play World of Warships would be more likely to download Blitz if they're gonna go on like a vacation or something and they still want to play. But you know, there's less motivation when it's a completely different progression path. Knowing them, they want you to buy Golden Eagles or whatever the hell they're called. Doubloons? Doubloons. Which I'm not going to do. For the same reason that I won't buy Spotify Premium, give me a good service and I'll think about it. Also, I have no money, but you know, on principle. On principle. I know. I know. I lost the word I wanted to use. whatever. Uncommon sentiment. Wanting the consumer to be cared about when I'm the consumer. Wild. But, yes. This is an arcade wild card game dressed up as a warship game. Legends is just wide. I've never looked up the difference between them. So that's, well, nice facial expression model, thank you. But, yeah. The Legends is the console one, right? Legends is the console one. Yeah. I don't know why they didn't just merge that with the baseline PC game, but I don't own a million or multi-billion dollar company, so far be it from me to make any commentary, I suppose. I'll still make commentary, but you know, they have some idea of what they're doing. Doesn't mean they're always right, but they have some idea of what they're doing at the very least. Battery 22%. It means I start winding down. It's like 10 more minutes, I think. Somewhere around there. Time flies. Feels like it was just an hour into stream. And then I started running out of water. I still don't know why that flashes. It's probably some weird thing with how the model and VTube Studio handle the coloration. This is technically a layer, but at least it still is there. I was worried for a bit that it was like actually flashing out of existence, which admittedly the most you'd see is a bra, but that's, you know. I know technically there's not much difference between that and a swimsuit, but it's the principle of the thing, okay? Yeah. Oh. I'll probably end up making a video at some point on War Thunder to some capacity. Because I've really only gotten that and Deadlock to work with, which may not seem like they have a lot of crossover, but you're right. But it's not the worst. They're both competitive. For whatever reason, War Thunder is competitive, but people are very competitive in War Thunder. So, I mean, they're both conflict-based. So there's that. There's plenty of crossover. This is what I'm gonna keep telling myself, because I want to play both. Although I really, really need A, Deadlock to drop the next content patch, and B, War Thunder, I almost said World of Warships, War Thunder 2. Please, please, Gaijin, please fix Naval. Please update Naval. I want. Like, do you have any idea how much fun you could have with, like, your own, you put in your own squadrons, and you've gotta, like, actually maneuver your ships against other squadrons, or like a team made up of squadrons, and like, I know this is a lot to ask for War Thunder players on average, but it would still be cool. You could make an entire esport out of that. And I probably won't end up in one of your streams again, so thanks for the time. So long. Hopefully you enjoyed it. It's about time to wind down anyway, like I said. Guess Fair Travels works. Yeah. I prefer Auf Wiedersehen, so Auf Wiedersehen. Ooh. Alright. Well. But it wraps up everything that I was had to talk about. So, thank you very much for watching. If you liked, leave a like, it helps mentally and also algorithmically. I think that's a word, not sure. If you want to see more, then technically know when I go live if you hit the bell icon, although joining the Discord, but I'll get to that in a sec, is better because YouTube is unreliable. Subscribe, because you know, I'm wrapping it up, phone. Relax. I know you low battery. I know you have low battery. Just hang in there. If you really, really want to know when I go live, I do have a schedule. Monday/Tuesday, which means Monday or Tuesday, and then Friday are the scheduled days that I stream at 6 p.m. PDT, I think it is now. One of them's daylight savings, one of them is non. I forget. But I post those in the Discord that you can find linked to down below, and then I post notifications, and also what the schedule is going to be, tentatively what I'm going to be doing. I like keeping my options open. What a surprise. I know, the ADHD folks. Shocked, truly. But, I'll say the same. Until next time, take care. Later.